Alrighty. Getting settled in. Mic check, mic check. Excuse me. Alrighty. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Keep pounding nation. What's going on? How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everyone is well. We're here for another live Carolina Panthers talk here on the YouTube, the Tube, and the Facebook. My name is Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. And tonight, week 4 preview. Dang, I can't believe we're already at week 4. Man, I felt like these games are just going by and by, one by one. Goodness gracious. But we're in week 4 as the Carolina Panthers head back to Bank of America Stadium for their second home game of the season as they will host the Cincinnati Bengals. And, of course, we all know that this is Andy Dalton's former team. Of course, the team that Andy Dalton was once a 3-time Pro Bowler with this franchise. So it's a franchise he knows very well. But yeah, he will be playing against them this time around. And yeah, Carolina Panthers have an opportunity to get their first win at home. They were able to pick up a victory on the road last week against the Raiders. So, gonna see if they can try to get on a win streak. They haven't won, 2 or more games in a row in a while. It's been a long while. Vietnam, welcome to the stream. What's up, Blitz? Love the content. Appreciate you. How are you? How you doing tonight? How you feeling? How you feeling tonight? But I think we got a good shot. But this is a team that we cannot underestimate. Yes, the Cincinnati Bengals are 0-3, but we cannot underestimate them. They're still a pretty dangerous team even at 0-3. And you best believe they're not going to want to go 0-4 against us. You know what I mean? So I expect them to bring it. Joe Valesco, welcome to the stream. I see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Let me go ahead and send that out. Okay. Now, a lot of positives happened at the Raiders game. And this is an opportunity for the Panthers to really build some momentum and start a streak, a win streak. We haven't had one of those. It's been a number of years. I believe 2021 was the last time we won 2 or more games in a row. So it's been a while. So hopefully we can do the same this time. And we're back at home. So that's good. It's good that we're back at home, especially after a victory against the Raiders. I expect the Keep Pounding Nation to be on fire this Sunday. Excuse me. As we try to cheer and pump up this team to get a victory at home. So yeah, we're gonna talk about the matchup because it's gonna be interesting. And the Bengals, they just played this past Monday, so they got a pretty short week as they are gonna turn right around and play us this Sunday. Fandom says, I'm feeling great, bro. Let's go. Red Rifle proved me right. Red Rifle definitely laid out a lot of ammunition this past Sunday. And, Andy Dalton, he looks to be in great spirits. And, that's what we need. That's what we need. And now it's at the point where folks are giving us a chance to actually be a real team. And maybe perhaps if things continue to go the way that they're going, maybe a contender well before we know it, or well before we predict it. So hey, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. But yeah. But they got a lot of work to do. They got a lot of work to do because we can't just stop at this one victory. This one victory was nice, but we got to build on it. Not to mention, the Bengals, while they are 0-3, we have to also keep in mind that last game that they played against the Commanders, that offense still did a little something something because they didn't punt nor turn the ball over the entire game. And they scored points on every drive except for one where they had a missed field goal. So, yeah, they put points on the board consistently except for one drive. So, our defense is going to have to really be on their P's and Q's for this one. It's important. So, yeah, I know there may be some folks that's thinking that this will probably be an easy win. I don't think it's going to be an easy win. I really don't. I really don't. Am I predicting a win? Yes. Do I think it'll be an easy win? Heck no. Heck no. So, not to mention, we still got to deal with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, still an excellent quarterback in the NFL, especially when healthy. Especially when healthy. So, it's important. Um, Joe Velasco says Xavier Legette has to step up with Adam Thielen out. Yeah, everybody, not just him. Mingo, um, Deontay Johnson, which I think is safe to say he is our wide receiver number one. I believe Jalen Coker just recently got elevated to the main roster in place of Adam Thielen. So each of our receivers gonna have to really step up. Tight ends as well. Like we got to continue that same flow on offense. Um, Unfortunately, Jordan Fuller is on IR. Our safety Jordan Fuller, he's on IR. So that's kind of a blow to the defense. Also, Adam Thielen, he is on IR as well. Shy Tuttle, questionable. Nick Scott, questionable. Ashawn Robinson, questionable. Damian Lewis apparently has an elbow injury, which I believe word is that it's an elbow tear. So Damian Lewis, one of our interior linemen, is questionable. So that could be an issue. That could be an issue. We got a lot of folks on injured reserve still. Jaden Crumedy, Ian Thomas, Dane Jackson, Sam Franklin Jr. We still got a lot of folks on IR. So it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. As far as the Bengals, offensive tackle Trent Brown is out. Sheldon Rankins is questionable. B.J. Hill's questionable. Jamar Chase, questionable. Trey Hendrickson, questionable. Tanner Hudson, questionable. Um, so the Bengals, they're a little damaged as well. Excuse me. But yeah, that's the injury report so far. Um, ESPN has 64.9% in favor of the Bengals, 34.8% in favor of the Panthers. Kevin, welcome to the stream. Hey Blitz, this is honestly the most excited I've been for a Panthers game since the Kyle Allen run. Really? The Kyle Allen run is your best example? Really? That wasn't really a long run, bro. Is that the best you got? Come on now. Come on now. I'm uh expecting a possible loss from Carolina, but a huge shootout. A lot of points and a great offensive performance. Oh, at the beginning of Kyle Allen's run. Oh, I see. No, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, how about the 2015 NFC Championship? Yeah, there you go. That's better. That's better. Kyle Allen. What in the world? That's better. I can dig that. I can definitely dig that. Gigi, go sit down. But let's see. Ah. So something that really stands out to me is although although the Bengals are 0-3, their their last 3 games, they've put up 10 points, 25 points, 33 points. They've put up more and more points in each of their 3 games, one after the other. That's something that stands out to me. I don't know about y'all, but that's something that really stands out to me. So, like I said, we cannot underestimate this team. Kevin says, the last game was incredible. Dalton really played very well. He looked like his old self. Definitely not 36 when playing. Hey, he looked great. He looked really great, and that was just what we needed. That was what we needed. That was the spark in the offense that we needed. Still have a lot to clean up, though, but made some great progress compared to the first 2 games. But still got some tweaking and cleaning up to do, of course. But we can get there. We can definitely get there. We can definitely get there. Now, let's see. Oh, so actually Trent Brown is out for the year. Oh, so that might be an opening on that side of the offensive line. So that's something that Carolina's going to want to take advantage of. I think a big thing that's necessary, they need to stay committed to the run. I mean, Chuba Hubbard had a great day. But the main thing was they stayed committed to the run the entire time. I think the Carolina Panthers offense needs to continue to do that. um, but yeah, stay committed to the run. Number one. Number two, definitely continue to air it out for sure. Definitely have to continue to air it out. But like I said, even with Adam Thielen out, the others got to step up as well. Offensive line's been doing pretty well, so at least that's a plus. Um, 1 second. There we go. Kevin says Panthers just seem like a whole different team. Great passing game, which we have not seen in a while. Facts. Joel Valesco says Andy Dalton should have won NFC Player of the Week. I thought he did. I thought he did. Didn't he get that award? I thought he did. Yeah, Andy Dalton was named FedEx Player of the Week for Week 3. Joe Valesco. Yeah, he got Player of the Week. Kevin says, I just have to give our O-line a huge shout out. I love Robert Hunt. He is great. That line is top 5 in the league right now. I don't know. I don't know about top 5. I don't know about top 5. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. But it's working. It's working. I don't know if I'd say top 5 just yet. Not just yet. All right. Kevin says, do the Panthers now have an elite offense from 1 week? That was crazy good. We have people getting open, scoring points. 36 points is high. It is, but Kevin, it's just one game. It's just one game. We can't be a one-hit wonder. This can't be a one-hit wonder. We have to follow up. That's the only way this team is going to become a threat. We need to follow up after these wins. We have to continue to keep the flow going. The offense looked great, but in order to be a elite, there has to be a continuation. One game is not enough. Joe Valesco says, is Jonathan Brooks playing this game? No. I think one more week. One more week, and then I think he'll be ready or close to ready. But yeah, one more week, Joe Valesco. One more week.
What's going on, man?
Hey, you
We're
made it.
here. We're here. We're here.
You doing all right?
Absolutely. I'm doing great.
Okay. Good to
Shout
hear
out
that you're
Isaiah Isaac. Let's get this win. Go 2 in a row. Yes, sir.
big opportunity to go 2 in a row for sure.
Yep. I want to start out with this quote right here. Um,
What you got?
the comeback is always greater than the setback. And if you considered how much we were set back for so long, you know, it's just crazy to think
Right.
that big win right there against the Raiders, what that's done for us. It has truly gotten everybody's attention, and you know, we're here now. We've started having conversations about where we are, what we're doing, from this point forward. Um, and that Raiders win opened the door for that. So I'm absolutely thrilled with that.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Kevin says we should because Andy Dalton is pretty consistent when passing to receivers, but you're correct. Yeah, and that's the thing. We don't want to become a one-hit wonder, so we have to follow up after that victory.
My main concern is that we don't Carolina Panther it, or cardiac cat it again, because we have a horrible history of doing that. And I'm trying to fix my screen right now. Sorry.
No, you're
uh,
good.
yeah, it's being weird right now. Let's see. What is it doing?
Um,
Not that one.
let's see. Corey, you got a comment from Isaiah that says, "I truly believe in Dave Canales. I think we have our coach."
Yeah, I believe so too. Um, I like it.
Um,
And,
Khalil.
and I'll follow that up with saying that, you know, when we um when we had training camp, we actually had a training camp practice where in the rain we focused on turnovers. We didn't just waste that day and say, "Oh yeah, we're just going to go through our basic motions." We worked on turnovers
Yeah,
and turned it into a teaching lesson. What other coach have we ever had that has done that? Like nobody, right? Like not even Ron Rivera did that. So I mean, we've got a really amazing coach here. I think this dude is it. And last I checked the weather report, it might be raining during this game on Sunday,
looks like we might get some rain.
which might turn this into a one-dimensional game for the Bengals and work to our favor. After what
um,
I just said about the turnovers, and we have turnover Thursdays where we just focus on turnovers. You
and
know
you
what I mean?
and they also have a short week as well because they just played on Monday. So,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
um,
I mean,
Khalil Wesley, one of your comments says this Sunday's game is a challenge for us.
it is. I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of positives to be gained out of this as well, though. Um, we do have to remember it is Andy Dalton
Hmm.
at the end of the day, and we need to keep that same energy like he is the Andy Dalton from the back of the day with Cincinnati. We have to prepare like that, in order to play this game properly.
Right.
Whatever team they come out of the gate with, we have to prepare like that.
Agree.
Otherwise, we are going to cardiac cat it again, and I'm greatly concerned about that. We have a horrendous history of doing that after a big win like this.
Yeah, we definitely want to avoid that for sure. um, let's see. Um, Kevin McFarland in my stream says, I love that our team has a new confidence, that the players sound very serious, and not to mention the talent's a lot better than last year, like Mike Jackson at corner too, which I think Michael Jackson has definitely secured that other side along J.C. Horn. So, Jared,
I'd like to say something about Mike Jack. I was watching Unk's live reaction to the Washington Commanders game against Cincinnati on Monday, and he pointed out the fact that Cincinnati used a lot of screenplays. And if
uh
you
huh,
notice, Mike Jack actually shut down a screen against the Raiders. This is a really good, healthy sign that I think he's got control over on that side. Now, can he do this consistently? That's now my question for Mike Jack.
Yeah.
We know that Horn, when he is playing well, is a beast, and he proved it. He had Jamar Chase completely locked out. Like he did basically nothing in that game. And Jamar Chase is a good wide receiver. I'm not going to say great, but a really good wide receiver, just in the wrong place. The Raiders aren't the
Interesting.
right place for him.
Wait,
To where,
don't you mean Devonte Adams?
yeah, Devonte Adams. Sorry,
Yeah.
Devonte Adams is just in the wrong place. If you put him in a place where he is more used and more influential, he will pop off. But the Raiders ain't it for him. And I
Mm.
think the Raiders have a lot of players like that on their roster, like that could possibly blossom into something better, but they're just stuck on a stagnant Raiders seat. And you've noticed that while watching this game, this past Sunday, you've seen flashes in the pan there, and I think you're going to see a little bit of the same with the Cincinnati offense.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is that the play calling has been trash. The offensive line hasn't been that great in Cincinnati. And, all those play callers are just not getting it, you know, opening the playbook up for Joe Burrow. They're asking him to be something he's not right now. And it's limiting him. So what you have to do is change how Joe Burrow plays this game on Sunday. Dictate how he plays the game, and then that will establish how we play ours. You know, we'll have control. In other words, and with
um
the rain playing a factor, turnovers could be a thing too.
yeah, there's a good chance that, turnovers may occur, hopefully more in favor of us than the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
Um Jared Phillips, welcome to the stream. He says, "Hello, gents."
What's
Uh
up, Jared?
um Kevin, a couple of more comments from Kevin says, "Dave
Okay.
also sounds a lot less stressed in press conferences." Facts.
Yeah,
Um Dalton
that'll
is
happen when you win.
Dalton is more experienced than Joe Burrow in the NFL against great defenses. Well,
Mm,
still got to give Joe Burrow his credit. He played in a Super Bowl, something Dalton has never done.
that's
Um,
true.
Dave is really turning into a great coach. He is very structured and consistent through the ups and
True.
downs. So far, so good.
And Dave Canales is showing exactly what he showed during the offseason here. Preparing for the regular season. And that has now translated into the regular season as in coaching, you know, with timeout usage, clock usage, situational usage, just understanding where and when, to let these players do what they need to do and step back and be a coach,
Yeah,
but also knowing when he needs to step up and be a coach too, you know,
yep,
and encourage these guys rather than discourage, and get on their butts,
yeah,
and
absolutely.
you know, give praise to the players that are doing well. Show them love, and all the great coaches do that. But they'll also get on the players that need work, and say, you got to work on that. That's not it. We're going to work on this on Monday. We're going to film study it, and I'm going to show you what you're doing, that we can work on Monday, you
Yeah.
know, but show love while doing it, And Dave Canales does an excellent job of that, and I love it. He cares about these players. You can tell the
it
excitement when he was giving his victory speech, when he was in the locker room after the win, just jumping around, that energy that he showed. I love it. I love every part of this.
as a
And
ma-
I feel like we have finally turned the corner and gotten the right coach.
As a matter of fact, Isaiah commented on that. He says, "Love the energy in that locker room video after the win."
Yeah, absolutely amazing. It's Oh man.
Dude was jumping up and down and all that.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Um,
I've been waiting for that from a Panthers coach for the longest.
it's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah,
That's for
yeah,
sure. Um, Khalil Wesley says the Bengals have a good offense, but our defense has to step up to get pressure on Burrow. Agreed.
that's
Definitely.
correct. And
Definitely.
there's an issue with the pass rush. And I was discussing that in team chat with Chad yesterday,
Mhm.
actually. How we were not getting enough pass rush. Those numbers should be a little higher than they were, in that Raiders game. They should look inflated if we had a good pass rush.
Agreed.
So it's a little bit of a concern, against a mediocre Raiders offensive line.
Yeah.
So this was correctly diagnosed, when I was looking at it. Um, it's an average group, but we can do better.
Yeah.
Um, but looking at this D line, from the very start when we had everybody healthy, I thought this D line was going to be the strength of this defense. No, not at all. It was the secondary,
Yeah.
which surprised me, and it, it came out of nowhere where the secondary started balling out. And I'm like, okay, I could rock with this. In a 3-4, I could rock with this. Because in a 3-4, you expect the defensive line to take the lead, but that hasn't really been the case. Even without Derek Brown, we still, got the job done. And I
Mhm.
expect us to do the same on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Um,
um, let's see. Jarrett says he's fighting the flu and it's hitting me hard, but hanging in there. Keep on hanging in there. I got kind of a cough myself, Jarrett, so I feel you.
keep
And
pounding through it, buddy.
Kevin says also the players want to play for Andy Dalton.
Yes, they do. And they recognize his veteran leadership and his experience. And it is showing up after this game. Um, I had my doubts that he was the same guy, coming into this year. Uh, and my question was, can he do that consistently? Putting up 300 yards. So when he finally did put up the 300 yards, I was like, whoa, okay, maybe he still is that guy. I stand corrected. I got to
Yeah.
eat some crow on that one because I had him at 280 yards and 2 touchdowns, for that game. I rightfully stand corrected, and I'm eating crow for that one. Enjoy anybody that believed in Andy Dalton, and when I'm eating crow, it's usually a good thing,
There
you
you
know,
there you go.
either
Hey,
way.
no shame in that.
Right.
Um Jared says their offense is scary no matter the record, but they seem to be bottom of the league in stopping the run. So run well, stay ahead of the chains. I think we have a solid chance. Can't win a shootout.
I agree. We got to get off to a strong start. Um, and the rushing game has to take the lead, especially in a rainy weather situation, which we have Chuba, we have Miles Sanders, we have Brooks coming back. That's a strong indication that we're going to come out of the gate running, and we're going to be locking in early. So I like that. You know, let's get that pace going early, and I want us to have the ball first when we do the coin toss. The reason
Oh,
is I'm
okay.
tired of that defense being pinned back every time and playing from behind every time. We need to take the reins and be aggressive. We have Andy Dalton running the offense now, and he got 300 yards last week. This is another mediocre Bengals team that we could take advantage of early if
S-
we have control of the ball first.
Um, so there,
Unk pointed that out, by the way, and he's right.
so there's two things that I think we should all keep a note of. Two things when it comes to the Bengals. Number one, we look at what the Bengals have done, their schedule. So those first three games, like, even though they've all been losses, first game scored 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
Second game scored 25 points. Third game scored 33 points. So they've been going up and up, even in points scored. So one thing to note of. Secondly,
Mm.
that Commanders game, we have to also remember they scored points. That Bengals offense scored points on every drive they had except for one, which resulted in a missed field goal. And they did not turn the ball over, nor did they punt that entire game. That's something to keep an eye out for. And that's why I feel like despite how things have been looking as far as it costing them wins, this can still be a dangerous team if we let our guard down.
Yeah, that's correct. They actually scored 13 points in garbage time, and Washington had full control of that game. It was obvious. But when you let your guard down and you play prevent defense in the fourth quarter against Joe Burrow, it's dangerous.
Yeah,
Anytime you do that against a quality quarterback like that in the fourth quarter, that lead can disappear very quickly. So let's not do that, and let's stay on the gas.
right. Um, Jared said weather should be fine Sunday. Nasty stuff should be out by Friday. Okay, we'll
We'll
have,
see.
we'll have to keep
We'll
an eye
see.
on that. Jeff R,
I,
good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
I think either way, we still have the advantage because we've worked on turnovers during rainy situations and they haven't.
Uh
So that kind of
huh.
gives us a slight advantage, for whatever that's worth, for as long as it's worth. I'm also watching Nick Scott. This dude almost got a pick last Sunday,
Yeah,
and he is a ball hawk. I've noticed it in training camp, and this dude is hungry for an interception.
yeah,
Keep an eye on him.
he is
Next 3 games,
he
I'm
is
calling it.
he is listed as questionable, but hopefully he will play. Um, David Screws, you haven't missed much. You're
No,
fine.
you haven't.
You haven't missed
You're
much.
good.
Um, Khalil Wesley says Canal said that in the locker room you have to maintain the standard, never change the standard. What does that mean? I do believe Dalton can help us win more games as possible. He could get us to the playoffs.
I don't see playoffs. I see 7 to 8 wins, maxing out our schedule. I think that's still a really, really good thing, by the way. That says that we are on track to developing this team correctly and doing what we need to do. Focus on the development of the players, focus on getting the talent that we need, and, properly creating a roster, throughout 3 years total
Hmm.
that will be competitive in the playoffs year after year after year, as long as we keep reloading correctly.
I will say,
So
I will say this: if by some shade we end up going to the playoffs, we gotta re-sign Andy Dalton for 1 or 2 more years.
I agree. I I agree with that. If you would have asked me that 2 weeks ago, I would have said questionable. Because I still had those questions about whether he could consistently do what he was doing. But now, absolutely, I'm fully on board. Let's do it.
Jeff R says in his last 2 games, Dalton has nearly 700 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, and no interceptions. That's impressive.
Yes, it is.
Very. Red Rifle,
Yeah.
loaded up with plenty of ammunition and dishing it out.
I feel like this is the Andy Dalton revenge tour, man. We got
Yeah.
a few teams on this schedule that he could take advantage of.
Jared says, remember though, division is not great. 8 wins could be a playoff team. He's got a
That's
point.
possible. That is
He's
possible. It has been coming down to 9 wins to take over the division lately. The NFC South has been balancing out, and we could be in the conversation for a wild card. Absolutely, with 8 wins.
yeah.
That's why I've been pushing for that. Because if we can make the wild card in the first year under Dave Canales, excellent. That's what we want.
Uh,
That's ahead of schedule, and I think that's what we want.
um, David Screw says I'm keeping silent on this topic. Hey, that's up to
Fair
you.
enough. Fair
Um,
enough.
Heat 3. Oh, this is for you, Corey. He says, "Can you do a video of your jerseys, hats, etc.?"
Sure.
Mm,
I would be happy to.
looks like you got a side quest.
Sure. I'll do that.
Um, Khalil Wesley says Dalton showed Bryce how to win the game. It's a teacher versus student, old line versus young line. Well, Dalton continues to do that. Bryce
Hmm.
can continue to feed off of that.
I want to propose a suggestion on Bryce, and I know this is probably going to get met with a lot of negativity. Um, I suggest that we keep Andy in for the games that we have a chance in, of winning. And when we don't have a chance of winning it, like KC, Philadelphia, and the Saints, that's when we put Bryce in and we let him uh, apply what he has learned with the clipboard. I want a balanced learning experience from him from here on. Now that I understand how he processes the game and how he learns, so I think this is a good opportunity for him to have a balanced opportunity to apply what he's learning. Um, and the best way to do that is against the best defenses in the league. The only way you're going to learn firsthand how to deal with these defenses later on is to see them in action against you.
Well,
Let him make his mistakes. It's going to happen. The only thing it's going to do is hurt our numbers, you know,
hmm,
and our rankings for that week. But that's okay. We were already going to take a nosedive in those places anyway against KC, and against the Saints and Eagles. And the reason I point out the Saints and Eagles is if you watch that game with those two battling each other, those two defenses are for real. And that's it. Those are two very, very dangerous teams right now.
hmm,
They are clearly controlling the NFC right now. I think the Niners are struggling right now, and they're taking a back seat as we kind of watch that. Dallas's defense is struggling as well. I pointed that out in the live reaction last week, and
ah,
I'm kind of watching that Dallas defense, man, because if they don't fix that problem by the time we play them, that's an opportunity for Andy Dalton to take advantage and our offense to take advantage. Because by that point, if we're still hitting 300 against teams like this, mediocre teams,
hmm,
that's an advantage. And we could battle these guys for 4 whole quarters and possibly win. It could come down to a field goal. I sense an opportunity here, y'all. But there's no guarantee that defense is going to hold for that long, though. You know, as far as like how bad they're playing right now. If they fix that by then, we'll see.
yeah,
And I want Andy in during that game if it is bad. If it isn't, good opportunity for Bryce to win. Either way, win-win.
interesting breakdown. Very interesting breakdown. Um, David says getting the ball out in 2.02 seconds, is that the quickest of any quarterback in the league right now? Speaking of Andy Dalton, I
Yes.
I believe so. Um, the 49ers made the finals. Got to give them the respect. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
they've had a few recent
Yeah.
Super Bowl appearances.
They are falling off the wagon wheels at the moment, and that's why I'm kind of watching them to see if they come back because the league has flipped. It's going to flip again mid-season, so we're going to see what happens there. Can the 49ers recover and become that team again, or are they going to stay where they are? Good question, right? We'll
Yeah.
see.
Isaiah says Vikings defense. I guess don't play them though. I think that was a two part. Correct me if I'm wrong
Uh,
there, Isaac. Um, David says, okay, he says, I see your vision, Corey, and I respect it, but I'm scared if we do happen to play Bryce against contending playoffs teams. And my honest opinion on this is wouldn't this hurt Bryce's confidence even more?
And that's a solid point. And I would say not really if you explain to Bryce what we're doing, because we know we're not winning those games anyway. So what the focus is on his development, his footwork, his technique, getting him to where he can play against defenses like this in the future is the goal. You know, um, we know if we try to play him against teams that we could try to beat, that's not going to end well. We learned that against the Chargers.
Hmm.
So in that, we know this is the better strategy of how to teach him. So I think the 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 three things that I want him to see is number one, watch the two-step drop back from Andy Dalton. When Bryce steps back, it's like 5, 6 steps, rabbit feet, and I'm like, no, Bryce, fix that, please. That's number one fix I would like to see for Bryce.
Uh-huh.
Number two, um, work on your confidence of trusting your offensive line, because if you don't trust your offensive line, you're going to see ghosts, and it's going to be Sam Darnold all over again. So I need confidence in that offensive line. That means Taylor, Icky, get the job done, please, for 4 whole quarters.
Uh-huh.
Not 3, 4 whole quarters, gentlemen. All right,
All
so,
four.
and I'll get to that point of what we're going to do with them in a minute. But right now, I want to focus on Bryce and his development, since that was the question. Uh, the third thing I want him to focus on is awareness. Where is the pressure coming from consistently? Where do you need to roll out to? What do you need to do to extend the play? Um, and number four, know where your wide receivers are, how to lead them. Because I saw numerous opportunities where these wide receivers were open and you didn't even look at them. So I need you to learn and build chemistry with your wide receivers, please. That way, you know where they are,
Hmm.
you know where to throw the ball, and if the defenders are there, okay, fine. Against, say, KC, New Orleans, Philadelphia, let him make his mistakes there. But if he's doing everything else correctly, okay, now we know that is now his main focus of what we need to work on him with. Okay, so this can get real interesting with his development, but I believe once you straighten out his arm, um, here's something I would like to see. I would like to see him get into the film room with Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis, because they understand these defenses. They can explain them to him. You know, not just looking at a clipboard, but explain them to him. Because they've seen everything. Um, I would also like to see him work with somebody that's got that type of release time. You know that he has.
Mm.
Because I want to see him like straighten that out, get better with it and improve upon it. Because I clocked him at a 2.7. I think he could possibly max out at a 2.5. There's the potential there, but we need accuracy along with that 2.7. That's the thing. If we can consistently get 2.7 to 2.5 range where he is accurate, past 5 to 7 yards, allow him to throw beyond that. We know he has the ability, and anybody that acts like he doesn't is lying to themselves, because we saw it during preseason. Come on. He wasn't on his tippy toes when he threw those passes in preseason. He was actually throwing decent passes, and it was going right down the field. So I need to see somebody work with him on accuracy, timing, uh, and getting that straightened out.
So
And
Here's an interesting question from Jared Phillips on my stream. He
Mm-hmm.
says, "So what do we do if he slips up and wins one of those?" I see what you're saying, but you can't play alternate
Then
quarterbacks
that's a
different
good thing.
times. A quarterback's best friend is rhythm, and they can't have that.
Actually, it doesn't mess up Andy Dalton's rhythm at all. And he just proved that because Andy Dalton hasn't been in since what, the Seattle game?
Oh, I think he means Bryce.
Yeah,
If
I know.
oh
I
okay
know.
oh
I
okay
know. I'm getting to it.
oh okay gotcha. Continue.
I'm addressing the rhythm first.
Oh okay, I
The
got you.
the rhythm and Andy Dalton proved that you can just come in there as a veteran as Andy Dalton and still throw 300 yards and not lose that rhythm.
Hmm.
So he's got that ability. So I'm not worried about that at this point. Now Bryce Young, here's what let me reread that. I'm looking at your chat. Hold on. If he slips up and wins one of those, that's a good thing because that's an extra win on our board that we weren't expecting to get. And that means that he is progressing and advancing and learning and applying what he has learned. So it actually that's a win. That's a plus, dude.
Yeah, and and
So
and the way I see it, when it comes down to it, either we're going to end up doing that, or there's going to be another team out there that's going to be like, "Hey, we can do what Carolina wasn't able to do. Let us get them."
right,
One of those two things is going to happen, if you ask me.
right. And we
So
were asked 4 trade offers and we downed all 4 of them.
yeah, because you best
Yeah.
believe there's a team out there that's bold enough to be like, "Hey, we could mold Bryce Young." I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about a former first round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
We can turn him around.
Right.
Um, um, but yeah, that's a very interesting breakdown there. Um, and actually, back to your chat. Khalil Wesley says Dalton plays against the Raiders. It changed the offense. Our defense stepped up. How long Thielen's gonna be out? He went down with an injury. It hurts our receiving core. It
4 weeks.
Yeah, he's on IR for 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, does it hurt our receiving core a little bit? But honestly,
We
I
got Coker.
I think because of the fact that Dalton spread the ball out, because I mean you got to remember
Yeah.
he got passes to 7 different receivers.
Yep.
Um, that whole Raiders game. I mean,
Yep.
we saw Mingo get a little bit of yak. We saw Leggett get
Mm-hmm.
some yak. We saw Deontay
Mm-hmm.
Johnson, which Deontay Johnson he feasted last week.
I love it. It's like Oprah with yak. You get yak. You get yak. You get yak. I freaking love it.
Yeah, and Deontay had
I want to see more of that.
some really big third down catches where, even he would get a catch just before the first down marker or just afterward and had yak to get plenty more. So
Mm-hmm.
so honestly, I get what he's saying with the receiving core and
Mm-hmm.
Thielen's a nice piece, but I really think this opens up the opportunity to see more Leggett. I mean, he was our first round draft pick. To see more of Mingo, who Mingo, showed a little something something.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Coker showed that he was a deep threat in preseason. So, like Andy Dalton feeding the ball, plus having a solid running game because we stayed committed to the run, hence Chuba going over 100, hence Miles getting a rushing touchdown. Like, they just got to stay committed to that and follow up. If they can do that,
Mm-hmm.
Dalton Dalton can get the ball to anybody.
Yeah. And it's not constantly switching. It's strategy. It's specific strategy.
Yeah.
Like there's talk of Andy Dalton succeeding against certain teams, and the Raiders are one of them. I forget what the other ones were, but it's strategy, starting him out against those teams. can be beneficial.
Yeah. Mr. Gemini, welcome to the stream. He says, Andy Dalton probably learned from Bryce uh what not to do. He probably watched Bryce and said, "Why would he throw that? I'm not going to do." Well, see, I might have to disagree with you because you got to remember,
Hmm.
Mr. Gemini, Dalton's a veteran. He's a
Yeah.
veteran. That's not really a. I I can't agree with that because it's like saying Dalton is learning from Bryce on what not to do, but Andy Dalton's a multi-year veteran,
Right.
who has been successful before. You got to remember this dude was a three-time Pro Bowler. So yeah, I might have to disagree with that.
It's actually the flip flop of that. Bryce is learning what to do instead of what not to do. You know, from a veteran quarterback. Because
Yeah,
Andy's seen all these defenses, he knows exactly where to put these balls. He knows exactly where these coverages are. He knows where the breakdowns of these coverages are and how to take advantage of it. And
right.
Bryce doesn't know how to do that yet because technically this is his second rookie year. So after being ruined by a terrible coach. So, well, two terrible coaches, I want to
Yeah,
say.
right. Um,
And playing under, three different systems.
yeah, which is a lot. I mean, that's a lot to
Mm-hmm.
really swirl your
Mm-hmm.
mind around. Um, Jared makes an interesting point. Going back to his previous statement, can't have the rhythm if they're constantly switching. And he says it is a different situation though because Andy knows he's the starter for a while now. Um, last year, uh, last year he knew he was making one start. So it's different. And Jared said he's gonna sleep off the flu. Rest well, bro.
Rest
And
well, man.
and
Get
Mr.
better soon.
and Mr. Gemini said, "Oh, he was just being funny." Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Okay.
I was I was
Yeah.
about to say.
Yeah.
um,
Oh man.
but oh, so Jeff R asks, in your opinion, does this prove that Bryce was the issue all along?
Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, Bryce was a major part of the problem, but he was not the complete problem. You still have to deal with Icky and Taylor Moton.
S-
Um, and I was going to get to these two. Here's my plan on this. I want us to draft an offensive tackle, first or second round. This has got to happen. Icky's contract is coming up first.
Uh-huh.
We got to replace these guys because the tackle position has been an issue ever since the Super Bowl year 2015. It's got to happen. Nothing personal against these two gentlemen because I like them. I like them as people, but we got to upgrade. We got to keep it moving.
Yeah.
And we need a strong starting five. We don't need a mediocre starting five posing as a top five. That's not going to cut it. We need a strong starting five that can last 4 quarters and give you blocking through 90% of the game. You know, and I'm accounting for the 10% that is just fluke stuff. It's football stuff. You're gonna miss blocks every once in a while. It does happen. It's
Yeah.
football. You know,
Yeah.
but if you can give me 90%, that's all I'm asking for to the best of your ability.
Yeah. So my response to that, Jeff R, which your question, that is a fair question. That's what a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
are wondering. Is it
Yep.
Bryce? Was he the issue all along? And that's a good argument. I'll say this. While that may be a possibility, a good possibility, I think the real question, I think the real question that
Mm,
I don't think we know for sure, is he fully ruined? And let me explain why. Let me explain why. Now, we look at previous years. You look at Sam Darnold. You look at Baker Mayfield. A lot of folks could say, yeah, were they a issue or whatnot? Sure, they did not do well in Carolina. But look at where they're at now and what they're doing. And it shows that while they did bad in Carolina, they weren't completely ruined. Now when it
That's
comes
correct.
now when it comes to I mean, you could even say that with Jared Goff,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And
Mm-hmm.
look what ended up happening to him. He went to a different spot and yeah, he's doing much better. I mean, while I do give him credit, he did play in a Super Bowl, but he's the man in Detroit now. And he's been doing a lot better. And he didn't get completely ruined.
Yep.
So I think it remains to be seen what Bryce can really do after either spending time learning, like sitting down, learning,
Mm-hmm.
or going somewhere else where he can thrive better because we've seen that happen with other quarterbacks that have played for us.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we 100% know just yet unless either one of those two things happen. And then that's when I think we'll really know if it's really all him or if it's just he's at the wrong spot and he just didn't get ruined. Now, um, now Jeff R was saying, but the O line is good. It's top five. See, I don't think it's top five. Not yet.
I agree.
I don't think it's top five yet. Um, Look at how they played last game, which they played well. Bryce holds the ball too long and can't see the field properly. O line can't protect a quarterback like that. But you also have to keep in mind he didn't have great protection last season as well, and he played all but one game because of the hand he was dealt. I mean, I do feel like he should have been sat down last year to learn behind Dalton, especially after that Seattle game. I think if that would have happened, I think there would have been a better chance that he didn't look the way that he looked now. But we have
Mm-hmm.
to we have to keep it a book. Bryce was dealt a bad hand last year, and I
Yep.
and I think that really put a wrench in the system of his growth.
Yep.
So that's the only thing I'll say about that. But I don't think we know for sure if he's completely ruined or not unless he's able to bring it after sitting down, learning, and seeing what he's got, or going somewhere else and seeing if he can thrive in a different system. I think until either of those two are answered, I don't think we really know for sure. And that's just my opinion.
I would agree with that, and I'll add to this. The offensive line, there's no way that's a top five offensive line.
Not
There's no
not
way.
yet, not yet.
If you think that's a top five offensive line, you're a PFF lover, and you know, shout out to you. Respect to you. But that's only half of it. The PFF is based on analytics, and there's no way that is a top five offensive line. They literally freeze frame for you. Icky missing a block that led to a sack. And I heard this week that there were zero pressures. Oh, really? So we're not going to count the two sacks that happened because of strictly Icky and Taylor Moton missing their blocks? You know, I don't get it. You A lot of these get blamed on the quarterback when half of them aren't even the quarterback's fault. It's the offensive line. They don't count it towards the PFF, and I don't understand why. You know, uh, some of the blitzes happen because the running backs can't pick up the blitz. We've seen that happen uh, last week against the Chargers, and that's something that needs to be addressed too. So this week we were able to handle those blitzes because we had mediocre Raiders blitzes, but how much longer are we going to be playing teams like that until we face some major people that could really hurt us? And then Chuba and Miles Sanders can't pick up those blitzes. Then where are we at? So it's a concern that I've got. But Taylor and Nikki are the main problems, and this weekend confirmed it for me because, yet again, if this is a top 5 offensive line, why are we giving up sacks to a mediocre pass rush from the Raiders? When we should be completely dominating them. If this is a top 5, we should be completely dominating that offense, that defensive line of theirs. There's no way. There should be no doubt. That means there's 27 other teams that have a worse offensive line than us. Like, I don't buy it. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I've got a draft to sell you if you actually believe it's true.
Joe Valesco says, I agree with you, but you really don't bench number 1 overall picks. So you mean to tell me you wouldn't think about doing that when you're on a 6-game losing streak or more?
Right.
I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah.
just saying. Like, I know we didn't do that, but
there were actually a handful of number 1s that were benched because they weren't developed properly. And Chad's got a point when he says you don't stick the number 1s into the fire. You got to let them learn. Look at
yeah.
Jordan Love in Green Bay.
Yeah,
You know,
and that's what we didn't do last season, and we got to remember, like, Bryce's confidence is damaged. It's shot. Like, I mean, I'm just saying. And it's like
if
I understand, the difference, in production and whatnot, but at the same time, I mean, we got to look at what we're comparing here. We're
yeah,
we're talking about a quarterback in their second year
mm-hmm.
who didn't have what he needed in his first year. Now, I can't stress that enough. This man did not have what he needed in his first year versus a veteran that has been successful on multiple occasions, 3-time Pro Bowler. Like, I mean, of course, one is going to show more than the other. I mean,
Yeah,
that I would think that would be by default. But
yeah,
it's like the main thing I can't emphasize enough. Bryce was dealt a bad hand. Like,
yeah.
can we honestly think about it? And this is for everybody in both chats. Think about it. Did we really surround Bryce Young last season with everything necessary that he needed to succeed? Seriously.
No, the answer is no. All but like 2 of Scott Fitterer's picks are gone now. They're not even on the team.
And
To answer your other question, Jeff, or your other comment about dominating the line, we if we were dominating the line, then how come we gave up 2 sacks? I want 4 whole quarters of offensive line play. Period. And if Taylor and Icky cannot give us that, we need to move on and find somebody that can.
and not only that, even in doing that, it's not even guaranteed that it succeeds because look at what the Bears are doing with Caleb Williams. They're
Yeah.
throwing they're throwing him out into the fire, and he has weapons. He
Yeah.
has weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And
He has no excuse.
look at what's happening. So it's like, and he got a lot more. He got a
I'm
lot
waiting
more
on
than
Broski to come in here and say something.
I mean, that's the example that stands out, but
Oh goodness.
he got a lot more weapons than Bryce did in his first year. Like,
You know he will.
But I mean, I understand the argument Jeff R is making though. I do.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Mr. Gemini says I heard that the O line was rated like top five in pass blocking. I mean,
Mm,
one stat, but hey, it's a good one. It's a good one. It's a necessary one. Um, ooh,
we already addressed that.
you got some interesting comments from Heat 3. He says, I hope New England loses. We need a top five pick to put around Drake. Hey, don't wish for them to lose. What's wrong with you? Um, how do you feel about the AFL and NFL titles? Do you value them as much as Super Bowls? I don't see why.
Mm,
I mean,
no, the Super Bowl is valued as a Super Bowl. I mean, let's just be real.
yeah,
Um, the AFC and NFC titles are valued, yes, because of the fact that you played well enough to get up that far. And I also want to point out the fact that you are representing the entire NFC. So your players are role models and they are being put on the national stage around the world.
yeah,
I'm talking about different countries, Japan, Australia, you know, China, all these places are checking out this Super Bowl, when they wouldn't normally watch any NFL games. And this is what they see. They want to see how we are represented,
hmm,
who we are, whatever team it is. So, when you look back at the people that we had in 2015 representing the Super Bowl with our Panthers team, we represented ourselves well. Like we showed these kids, why they should get into football, why they should enjoy this game, why they should um, invest their time and their energy and their bodies into it, or just become a fan. You know, some of these people are totally uninitiated with football in other countries, so in seeing positive role models like Greg Olson, Thomas Davis, Luke Kuechly, that's going to encourage people to get into this game. And that's why you want positive role models, representing the AFC championship and NFC championship going into the Super Bowl. Yeah, winning the Super Bowl is awesome too, but it's not just about that, you
hmm.
know? It's about representing yourselves well.
Yeah, agreed. Good breakdown. See, Isaiah says Deontay Johnson had his best day with us. Yes, a career
Yes, he
day with
did.
us. Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Donna BD1 says hit that like button. Yes, do
Yeah, hit that like button.
please do
Thanks for
that.
coming up in here, Donna.
Definitely do
Shout out
that
to you.
for the Keep Pounding channel. Khalil Wesley says we got to watch out for the two Cincinnati wide receivers, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. They are
Yeah,
dangerous. Our cornerbacks gotta be on them. Facts.
yeah.
Although
I'm very familiar with T. Higgins myself,
although
being a Clemson Tigers fan.
although Jamar Chase is currently listed as questionable, I do assume that he will play.
Yeah. Uh, T. Higgins is a incredibly dangerous wide receiver. He's
Yeah.
got hands, he's got speed, he's got everything you're looking for. At one point, we were trying to get him here, and several people wanted him here. I encouraged it, but we just didn't have the money. I would have loved to see him suit up in the black and blue, man. Oh man, that would be electric for our offense to have him in here
Would
and
have
that
been
wide receiver core.
yeah, that would have been
Um,
nice for sure. Um
maybe once that franchise tag runs out, we'll see.
Yeah, it is possible. It is definitely possible. Um, Jeff R says 2 sacks compared to 4 quarters of control in the line of scrimmage and clean pockets. Um, I'll give you that, Jeff R.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. When was the last time we played a game where we gave up no sacks? Just curious.
Hmm.
I know it's been a long while. And
We shouldn't be giving up any sacks against a mediocre pass rush.
and and going back to Bryce Young, I would think something has to. kind of stand out, being that this is a dude that did come off a season of being sacked 62 times.
Yep.
But that's just me. I mean, I could be wrong, but it just kind of makes me think a little bit. Just the psychology that can do to somebody. You know what I mean? Like 62 times.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. And not to mention, first game we opened up with, he got sacked 4 times, and it's just like, ugh. So,
I want to say a couple of positive accolades towards our offensive lineman. Number one, when Taylor Moton bodies Max Crosby, it's time to retire Max. Come on, man.
yeah, we did keep him under control. That was
when,
pretty
when,
impressive.
when Taylor Moton throws you around like a rag doll, it's time to go, buddy. You need to find a new team to revitalize yourself because that ain't it.
Yeah, I will say that we did not
and
let Max Crosby do jack.
yep, and he is a very talented pass rusher. I will say that, but he's average right now. Let's be real, he's average. He hasn't done much this year. When you go and look at his numbers, um, and watching Gabe just absolutely pancake that guy. Oh my god, dude! Shout out Gabe, man. Our amazing guard that we paid 100 million to.
Oh, you talking about Robert Hunt?
Yeah, Rubber Hunt. My bad.
Man, that
My
dude,
brain ain't working today. I'm sorry, guys.
that that dude has been
Who the heck
very
is Gabe?
has been very vocal, and he has been a very
Idiot.
valuable asset to this team. Um, Interesting question from Isaiah. Which coaches are on the hot seat?
Hmm.
Supposedly, I heard that Nick Sirianni might be on the hot seat,
Hmm. I'd
but
be firing that offensive coordinator in Cincinnati. I know that much.
which I would be really shocked if he was on the hot seat. I mean, the Eagles are 2-1, so I
Yeah.
mean, um, Doug Peterson, Doug Peterson. I hate to say it, bro, but Doug Peterson might be on the hot seat sooner than we think. If Jacksonville
Any
can,
Raiders coach is already on the hot seat from game one
oh,
because of the fact that they rotate coaches like it's candy. If they don't get second place in the division at least, that coach is gone.
oh, Antonio Pierce,
Yeah.
Tennessee, Tennessee
Oh
might
yeah.
might be on the hot seat as well.
Yeah.
Um, and let me just say this: aren't y'all so flippin' happy that we did not invest in Deshaun Watson?
Yep. $250 million. I was all in until I heard that number. And now it was like, yep, we dodged a massive bullet.
Not only is he dealing with the legal issues, but he is a shell of his former self. This was somebody
Yeah.
that used to be a top 5 quarterback, and he is stanking it up right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we didn't invest in that. I'm really glad. Um, Jeff R says, I'm good with the O line. Keep watching, guys. Our entire offense is better with Dalton. It's not a fluke. Bryce needs to take the Jordan Love route. Sit back for a few years. Dang, a few years. Preferably on another team.
Hmm.
Dang. What do you mean by a few years? Like two or
He
three?
wants him to be a career backup. That's what he wants.
Or, I mean, could go the Aaron Rodgers route. He sat for 4. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
but I mean that was Brett Favre that was ahead of him.
true,
You got to
true.
keep
That
that in mind.
Yeah, that was Brett Favre. Um, Mr. Gemini says, "What are your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence?" I'm gonna let you go first with this one.
First of all, I'm gonna address that offensive line. I'm not good with this offensive line. I've already said it many, many times. Icky and Taylor Moton. I'm not thrilled with those two right now. I'm not thrilled. We've got to see improvement from those two, or we need to upgrade. So I need an offensive tackle in this draft, first or second round. Period. I don't care what else we need. It's time to start addressing that. We addressed the guards last year. We're addressing the tackles this year. And once we get the tackles solved, then it's going to be Corbett who's going to be getting older. So we'll need to address center position at that point and take that seriously that time. Around in probably 26 or 27. We're good with him for a few more years. I think he's solid. Um, just get the most out of him that you can with the rest of his career. You know, I love Corbett. I think he's great. Um, but yeah, the tackle position has got to be improved. We cannot continue doing this. You know, yeah, these guys gave us 75% of the game against a mediocre team. But when you pit these guys against, actual pass rushers, they get absolutely destroyed. And that was proven during the Saints game. The Saints have some nasty pass rushers, and they were not handling that game well at all. They looked like trash. And they looked like the guys that we saw during the O-line drills during training camp.
Mm.
And that's not what I want to see when I watch the starting five offensive line for the Carolina Panthers. I want to see a starting five that lasts 90% of the game, giving you the best that they could possibly give you. And yeah, I do expect some misses there, against an average, mediocre pass rush. That's understandable, but giving up 2 sacks against that, it leaves a bad taste in the mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Knowing that exposes exactly where our weaknesses are, on tape. Other teams are going to see that and they're going to expose the heck out of that throughout the rest of the year. I've been pointing these two out since last year. Nobody wanted to hear it except for the people that did. You know, Even CBS freeze framed it for you. If you don't believe after seeing it firsthand, watching the freeze frame of Icky letting go of a tackle that led to a sack, I don't know how I could help you to see it. I don't know what I could say or show you after that point. You just have the blinders on and you refuse to see it. So tackle position's got to get changed. All right. On to
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. Yes, Trevor Lawrence. Uh, he doesn't have Evan Ingram, and he relies heavily on the tight end. You can go back to the Clemson days and notice that his main chemistry is with the tight ends, and a couple of main wide receivers. Now, Trevor has lost Calvin Ridley. He has also lost a couple of other major weapons down there in Jacksonville. Agnew's not re-signed at all, so it he's losing weapons, and he basically doesn't have anybody to throw to at the moment. Um, my whole thing is like, yeah, he's going to take a little longer, trying to build chemistry with those wide receivers that are in the second string, but
Hmm.
he will do it because it's Trevor. But you got to give him time to do that. So for now, he's going to rely heavily on Etienne, which those two have a massive chemistry and history together of doing successful things. But
mm.
if you make Trevor Lawrence one dimensional with Etienne, that's going to be a problem, for Jacksonville's offense. And that's been reflected in the stats. But
And
once those
yeah,
two are playing together well with weapons, look what happens to Etienne's stats. They double, right? Look what happens with Trevor Lawrence stats. They get back to where he should be in the league when
yeah,
he's playing well, when he's got his tight end. So give him some time. Be
yeah.
patient with him.
And we got to remember they had two back-to-back 9-8 seasons under Doug Peterson, with one playoff appearance where he made the epic comeback to win the playoff game. So I don't think it's the time has come to panic for the Jaguars, but they are
Right.
they are on notice. They are on notice.
I think stay the course with Trevor. He is going to be elusive. He's going to try to keep plays alive, but the second stringers and third string wide receivers, uh, these guys have to step it up. Otherwise, I don't know what to do with Jacksonville's offense right now because it's just a mess until Evan Ingram comes back. Then you'll start to see a little bit of a difference, but not much.
Yeah,
Uh,
but I do agree with Isaiah in that he's thinking Doug Peterson because coaching
mhm.
in Jaguars is pretty bad. I don't think it's the time to panic yet. Not yet.
The Jacksonville defense has actually been pretty solid and kept them in games. So like I said, I think once that offense gets going, I think you'll see improvement from Jacksonville. But
Yeah,
this may not be the right year for them to try to push for the playoffs. They've got to get all those pieces retained. They've got to get new weapons for the offense. They've got to get everything squared away, and it's
yeah.
going to take an off season to do that. So if I'm Doug Peterson, I'm saying give me a year or two. Give me a year or two. Let me set this team up. Reset this team because when our GM let go of all these pieces, you took weapons away from my star wide receiver, my star quarterback. What is he supposed to do?
Mm,
So
yeah.
you got to give him what he needs. Otherwise, it's going to be more of the same.
Yeah,
So, and it came down to money. That's the thing. It came down to money and contracts. Because if it didn't, these guys would have stayed there, and these guys would still be balling and making the playoffs every year. Guarantee it.
that's a fair point. Um, Jeff R was saying, oh, for Bryce to sit for 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3
Okay,
years.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Um, and he says every team gives up sacks, bro. Yeah, well, you know what?
Against mediocre pass rushers, though, how many? Okay,
He wants perfection, Jeff R. He wants perfection, just
no,
just like Herman
I,
Boone.
I'm not. I'm
Co-
not looking for perfection, but what I'm looking for is, if you're better than a mediocre team, then you should not be putting up numbers that reflect mediocre offensive line.
that's fair. You know what? That's fair. I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that. Khalil Wesley. Oh, is this a different Khalil Wesley? Or
Same
might be
same
this.
person, just different account.
Oh, interesting. Dalton
Yeah,
showed the fans improvement.
he did,
He did.
and a lot of players improved in different areas. And I was very happy to see them all get back on track. We're starting to fall behind a little bit in some areas, developmental wise. The first 2 weeks, I was a little concerned with that.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, we were playing the Saints, who have an excellent team, and the Chargers, who have been consistently second place or third place in the AFC West. You know, very, very competitive in the wild card hunt every year. So, you have to take that into account. So some of those numbers might have been a little inflated when dealing with the Chargers and the Saints,
Uh
but
huh.
you didn't get an accurate representation of what this team was truly capable of until we played the Raiders. And we were actually playing like we were supposed to. That's another thing. Like we were not playing like we were supposed to against the Chargers. And I thought if we could get it back together against the Chargers, we may make that a close game, and make that a competitive game. But we played like trash and we underdeveloped in a lot of areas. We took 2 steps back with some of these positions, and it was concerning to me. That's why I got so upset after that Chargers game because I was like, "Well, okay, we're taking steps back here. What are you guys doing?" And I gave a bunch of players smoke, and I was like, okay, do something about it. If you're tired of hearing me smoke at you and tough love at you, do something about it. So they came out against this team against the Raiders and did something about it. So props to all those players that I called out. and they stepped up and they did what they were supposed to do. And I was like, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Now
Mm.
show me that for the rest of the year.
Hmm. Fair enough. Fair
Bring
enough.
that energy.
So, just a FYI, Jamar Chase is not only questionable, but he was limited in practice today.
Hmm.
So I don't know how bad his injury is, but so little something something to take note of. It looks like shoulder injury, but yeah, something to take note of.
I
Um,
think I matchup wise, I want to see T Higgins on um, Michael Jackson. And the reason I say that is Michael Jackson has passed every test that he has been given against mediocre wide receivers, and even against some really good wide receivers in the Saints and the Chargers. So I want to see him battle T Higgins and see how he does. If he gets burned a few times, okay, cool. But, at least for the most part of 3 quarters, I want to see him just take care of business against T Higgins, because I know he can do it. And I'll get back to my idea of the screens in a second. But when you put T Higgins on J.C. Horn, he's gonna burn J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn's having trouble with deep coverage, so I need to see the safeties help, step up, cover these guys, and handle their business out there. I don't want to see them out of place. I don't want to see them, messing around somewhere in the middle of the end zone again. Robert Hood, I'm talking to you, Mr. Robert. Talking to
also
you, buddy.
something to keep in mind that Jamar Chase has been the most successful when playing man when going against man, because apparently heading into week 3, Burrow had a 100% completion rate when targeting Jamar Chase in man coverage.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so don't run man. Got it.
So
Um, I was listening to Unc stream, and he was talking about how the Bengals were running a bunch of screens. So we're getting back to that point. All right. So how you would attack that is you put Mike Jackson on that because he was handling his screens. So that limits Joe Burrow's ability to do the small toss balls. So then what he's going to try to attack is J.C. Horn over there. If he sees T. Higgin one-on-one with J.C. Horn, he's going to attack that deep. So J.C., be aware. You know, I need top grade coverage from you, like you were covering Jamar, uh, your guy last week. You
oh,
know,
Devonte
uh,
Adams,
yeah.
Devonte Adams, yeah.
Why can't I remember that name today? I don't know, but I need to see J.C. Horn handling Devonte Adams type energy against T. Higgins. Like, show me that coverage again. Um, they're not testing our linebackers at the moment.
Uh huh.
And you have to wonder why that is because Shaq has issues with coverage. That's been proven. So whenever you see Shaq one-on-one against somebody, he gets tested, right?
Yeah,
Without safety help
yeah.
because he knows that that person is going to win, you know, 75% of the time. Um, because of those coverage issues. Now, if you're trying to run the ball, Shaq is going to stop you because that's what he does. He's a run stopper predominantly. Um, and Josie Jewell's getting in on that too. I love Josie Jewell. I want Josie Jewell to learn from Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis, and I want those two um, to show him film, work out with him in practices, in the off time, just the works. I want Josie Jewell trained up. This dude is going to become the next AJ Klein. You watch what I'm telling you when he gets developed properly by these two.
Right on. Kevin McFarland chimed in, says just coming in for a score prediction for the game. His is 31-28 Panthers. I really think it will come down to our defense. I'm not actually worried about our offense for once, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and it's a weird feeling to be worried about the defense instead of the offense for once. Um, I think that if you really wanted to do a score prediction, you've got to take into account garbage time points. Because we played prevent defense against the Raiders last week in the fourth quarter. But we had a sizable lead before we did that. Now against the Bengals, we cannot afford to do that anymore. So we're gonna have to play 4 whole quarters, gentlemen. That means there's no such thing as garbage time football against the Bengals and Joe Burrow.
Right.
I want 4 whole quarters against these guys. And if we can uh, play well for 4 whole quarters, Joe Burrow will get his points, in the fourth to try to come back. But we should have a sizable lead if we take control early. Um, but it will come down to that type of a score, I believe, too. Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna push maybe 24 or 27-17
Ooh.
because I think that yes, we do have the offense, but there are a couple of playmakers on that Bengals defense, that we do need to watch out for. And T. Higgins can burn J.C. Horn too. So, but Panthers in favor of the Panthers, obviously. Um, we have a shot at winning this game.
Indeed, indeed. Um, Apparently David said he sent you something in Messenger for the stream,
Okay,
but
let me
it's
see.
yeah, it's optional, but yeah, he sent you something. um, but yeah, I definitely.
Oh, Andy Dalton talks about facing his former team to presser.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what he sent me.
oh yeah, that's right. He did do that, and also totally forgot to mention this. Andy Dalton was named FedEx Player of the Week for Week 3.
Yes. When is the last time we could say we had a FedEx Player of the Week?
It's been a while. It's been a good long while. So shout out to Red Rifle,
Absolutely. Wonderful.
and he's got an opportunity to go against his former team he's
Mm-hmm.
very familiar with, a team that he's had a good handful of success with. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like I said, I think with the combo of Dave Canales calling plays, Andy Dalton making throws, um, and Mr. Gemini said it best. This is a revenge tour for Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said,
Indeed.
and like I said, if this goes the way that it could potentially go, like I know he turns 37 next month, but you got that they have to strongly consider, you know what, Andy? Would you stay for 3 more years? 2 or 3 more years? I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah. I'm with it.
Because I mean, with the performance, like I said, if we can keep building toward that, then that's gonna really look great for Andy Dalton and also for the Panthers organization. Um,
Oh,
it's
you're gonna love these comments.
been too long. LOL. It's like Andy's getting revenge on Chucky. Oh, I see what you did there.
I
I see what you did there. That was clever. That was
love
clever.
it. I love it.
That was clever. Um, Mr. Gemini says he also played with the Cowboys and the Saints. The Ginger Avenger. Hey,
The Ginger Avenger.
I like
Wow.
it.
That's amazing.
Gotta love y'all's creativity. Like
Oh, I love it. It's awesome.
Andy Revenge Tour, get your popcorn. Hey,
Yeah, yeah,
get the large tub, David Screws. Get
right.
get the large tub
With extra butter.
with extra butter. And don't forget a drink. Get your drink to wash all
Oh
that
yeah.
down with. Got to wash all
Oh
that
yeah.
down with.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Kevin says I think we are going to really outperform the Bengals and might take a playoff run. We will see. I hope. It's not impossible. It
Mm.
is not impossible. Ooh, interesting take from Mr. Jeff R. He says trade Bryce, draft Cam Ward, sign Dalton for 2 years so he can groom Ward. Um, so Jeff R, is there anything specific about Cam Ward that stands out more than the others? Because from what I'm hearing,
That was going to be my question.
a lot of folks are saying that this draft class isn't that great. But
Yeah.
what's your take on that? What's your take on that? Um, David says don't mess with Andy's toys from Toy Story. Oh yeah, which the
So good.
the first Toy Story is still my favorite of the four Toy Stories. Um, Andy's new toy Coker, which do note he was a deep threat in the preseason,
Yeah, he was.
so could be
Get
an
your Coca Colas out, folks.
could be another Yak Man.
Hey, who's going to be drinking a Coke if this man gets a touchdown? Who's going to have their Coca Cola on hand?
Hey, I'm down.
Yeah, me too, man. I drink Coke products. Shoot.
um, Toy Story 3 is Mr. Gemini's favorite. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Three,
There you
three,
go.
three was good too. Three
Oh
was
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah.
Um, Kevin says Ward is a talented quarterback on the Hurricanes, but we will see.
I
Okay.
like his numbers. I like the fact that he's in the ACC and he has been tested so far. I'm gonna take a look at him. I'm gonna see what he can do. Um, I think we really need to start looking at offensive tackles early and start scouting them early. But yeah, he was brought to my attention. Um, I think when I look at James Madison beating the heck out of the Tar Heels, that got my attention too, because
Yeah,
there's somebody in that offense that is driving that, and I'm interested in finding out who it is. Because I wasn't even paying any attention to James Madison before this. They weren't even on my radar. They did beat Appalachian State last year. I will say that. But, as of this year, they were not on my radar at all. So there's going to be a few people that may end up pros after this. We'll see.
I just noticed something. Cam Ward has played on a lot of teams. Played for the Incarnate Word Cardinals, for Washington State, and now Miami. That dude has bounced around quite a bit. Why has he bounced around so much?
That's a good question. Um,
I'm not saying that's a red flag, but that's not
there was a discussion about that on a different stream, and I don't remember the details of said discussion about that. Um, but I will get back to you on that in the live reaction.
okay. Yeah, that's
I got to
that.
rewatch that part and figure out what they were saying about that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's instantly a red flag, but
Right.
that's not normal. Yeah, that's
And
not
I'll do a
normal.
little research on him myself, watch him myself on Saturday or whenever I can get a chance to.
Um, Jeff R says anytime you can take a crappy team and make them top 10 and competitive in one season shows your talent. It's enough for me. But here's the thing, Jeff R. You said trade him, but what if he goes somewhere else and he balls out? Then
That's exactly what I'm afraid of.
that's the thing you got to keep in mind. That is still a possibility, Jeff R. That's still a possibility. Like
There's a long list of players that have done that.
yeah. And the thing is, if that ends up happening, then while he may have struggled here, Bryce didn't end up being completely ruined.
Hmm.
That's just something to keep in mind because it's not impossible. Um, Jeff R says Cam Ward has changed Miami, um, because he wants to win. I mean,
Yeah, true.
I
And
guess that's just not normal. Like,
I like your strategy though of signing Dalton for 2 years so he can groom whatever quarterback that we go after. If Bryce Young is not it. Okay, so once Bryce is fully developed, he has the line, he has the weaponry, he has zero excuses at that point with a solid starting line. It's either sink or swim at that point. This is not that point where you properly test him and say sink or swim. Once we have rebuilt that offensive starting line completely, you know, we've already done so with the guards. Now we have to do so with the tackles, and then Corbett would be the final piece, you know. Um, but I think even with Corbett there, we're still going to be a solid offensive line, once you've done so. So at that point, we've got the weaponry, we've got the running backs, we've got the wide receivers, we've got the tight ends upgraded by that point. The offensive line's fixed. Okay, Bryce either sinks or he swims at that point after spending 2 years, learning for the clipboard being put in during games that we know we can't win. And then, okay, now is when you test him properly,
hmm,
at that point and
uh,
say either he does it or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, go for a new quarterback.
um, Jeff R says Bryce can go, bro. Wish him well anywhere else, just not here. Jeff R's like, I want him out. He says get out.
I respect everyone's opinions, whatever they may be on Bryce Young.
Uh,
It's just yet another debate on that, on quarterbacks here. And, you know, I feel like we're just not addressing the real problem, which is the offensive line, the offensive tackles. Nobody wants to focus on that. They want to blame the quarterback. They want to blame the coaching staff. They want to blame everything but the offensive line. That seems to be the real problem. Guess what? Mike Rivers was a good chunk of why we lost the Super Bowl in 2015. Nobody wanted to address it that year. Since then, we have not been addressing the tackle position properly.
mm, um,
And people want to say, "Oh yeah, Taylor Moton is a Pro Bowler. Taylor Moton is this and that." You're going to hear those same people coming up again. Speaking up. But whenever we do good, oh yeah, there's nothing for anybody to say because Taylor Moton is actually blah, you know,
mm.
against average teams. You're
um,
overinflating it.
uh, let's see. Jeff R says new head coach wants their own quarterback. Well, here's the thing though. A lot of people were saying Dave Canellis was the quarterback whisperer. So it's like this was just a chance for him, and maybe he can't help Bryce Young, but I mean
Right,
there was a
right.
lot of there was a lot of spotlight around this guy as being the quarterback whisperer. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know, but it is what it is. David says Andy's new toy Coker. I'll do a Jack and Coke. Ooh, Jack and Coke. Um, Isaiah says, what if Andy Dalton is our Nick Foles? I mean,
Mm.
that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, not at all.
Um, David says, I'm holding on to a dream for the season. I'm keeping silent. Hey,
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that. I
Nothing wrong with that.
and
Keep the optimism.
he says I really like Cam Ward. Okay. So a lot of Cam Ward love. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll check him out.
he's got great stats just in his career.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he's been on three different teams, but
Mm-hmm.
dude is playing well. And the Hurricanes are 4-0 right now, so hey,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't hate it. Um Mr. Gemini
See what I
says
beat.
Mr. Gemini says, I feel like we shouldn't go after a quarterback. We should fill other positions first, then go after a quarterback in 2026. Maybe an Archie Manning or something, but who knows? We may not get him depending on our record, and Arch may not even want to come here. I mean,
Okay. Let's see.
he does have a point, and I agree. I think like I guess for next season, definitely focus on uh the other areas that we're going to need to replace because I know we got a lot of contracts that are going to be expiring uh this year. So
Okay. Can I just say something about Miami real quick? Miami Hurricanes.
yeah,
They
go
have
for it.
beaten Florida in Gainesville, Florida, and Florida's been falling off the wagon wheels lately as an SEC team. But they
Oh,
beat them 41-17. Okay, cool. Then you beat Florida A&M. Who the heck is Florida A&M? Nobody knows. Ball State. And nobody considers Ball State even a threat. 62-0. Okay, yeah, you should be doing that. Okay, the only one I'm really halfway impressed with is the one over Southern Florida. And that's 50-15. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the teams that are coming up from Miami if you're looking at Cam Ward, uh, so that I could properly check him out and scout him properly against a decent team.
yeah,
Virginia Tech's coming up.
Louisville. That's a good game you could check
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Florida State
Um,
might be an interesting one.
Duke.
Yeah,
Um, so I mean,
yeah. Those are the ones I'm going to be watching just to see how he does, and a lot of that's going to show up in the stats. A lot of that's going to show up in the scoreboard. We'll see what happens.
and then
California is another good one too.
and then again, Miami is ranked seventh.
Yeah,
They are
yeah.
ranked seventh. Who's ranked
They
number?
may be a little overrated because of what they've been doing, but we'll see.
Let's see, who's ranked number one? Oh, Texas. Okay.
Yeah, Texas. They earned it though.
Oh, okay. Deep in the heart of Texas.
And I mean, we got 2 draft picks from Texas, so there you go.
Yeah, and I think Jonathan Brooks could start playing as early as not this Sunday, but next Sunday.
David Screw says he has a drowning taunt when he scores, which is hilarious. Oof.
Who? Cam Ward?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Um, Mr. Gemini says, I feel like we shouldn't go after a quarterback. Oh, yeah, I saw that comment.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
call I called that one out.
Archie may not even want to come here. Hmm.
What?
What's your.
Well, if we end up finishing with a much better record than what we're used to, that could change.
Yeah.
That could definitely change. Just saying.
But if we go down with another, like, 3 or 4 win season, I mean, no quarterback is gonna want to come here because they don't want to work for Tepper. They
Right.
see the lack of success. They see what is going on. They know it's Tepper. They know it's not Dave Canales. They know it's Tepper. That is the main problem. So nobody's going to want to work for him, and it's going to drive people away. You remember when they had the Philip Rivers and Eli Manning trade,
Yeah,
and I think it was Eli Manning that did not want to play for for the Chargers
correct.
because of that general manager. And he saw the lack of success there, and he said, "No, I don't want to play there." So we saw the results of that, and
Um,
I think it worked out pretty well for Eli.
oh, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Jeff R says, any news on DJ Wanham? He's still on the reserve, physically unable to play list with the quadriceps.
I'm
Um,
more interested in Damian Lewis because Damian Lewis had that elbow injury as
yeah,
of today.
yeah, apparently I think they were saying an elbow tear.
Yeah.
Which I hope it's not that serious, but I mean,
Let me check the chat because they said specifically what it was. Um, do, 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 do.
and that was probably why we saw Zavala in the lineup this past Sunday, because
That's yeah.
because I did notice that.
It is a UCL tear.
Oh,
So
oh, okay.
let me put this up on screen for people because they need to see this.
Oh, okay. David Screws showed me the drowning celebration that Cam Ward does. Okay, interesting,
Right.
interesting.
All right. So if you look up on your screen, this is what the UFL tears are. The UFL connects the humerus to the ulna in the arm, so it's that muscle right there.
Oh,
And you've got the grade one, which involves no tear, but the ligament is stretched. Grade two, the ligament is stretched and often partially torn. And grade three, there's a complete tear through the ligament. So it's three different types of UCL tears.
okay. Well,
Uh, does
l-
anybody know which tear he has
well,
specifically?
he is listed as questionable, so there is still a chance that he may be good to go this Sunday. He is questionable. He hasn't been downgraded or anything yet.
Right.
And actually, yeah, like Jeff R said, questionable for Sunday. Lewis may play. Apparently it's not serious. Okay.
Which indicates maybe a grade one.
Okay, grade 1. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
fair enough.
If it's
Um
more than that, it might be a 4 day, a 4 week IR stint.
um Khalil Wesley says if we keep on winning, we're going to be dangerous. We got to step up more with Derek Brown being out for the season. We all went down, but we got to hold together. Oh yeah. We will.
Yeah.
We definitely will. I believe we will. Um So looking at the threats
Mm-hmm.
on the Bengals, which of course, we don't want to sleep on their offense. I mean, they still got the Joe Burrow. Um, Run game, well, I think we got a good chance at stopping the run. I mean, we did a fantastic job in the Raiders game. Of
Zach
course,
Moss is the starting running back for this game.
yes. And of course, as you
5'10",
eh,
33 carries, 136 yards, 4.12 average, and two touchdowns so far. Nothing
ah,
to really write home about.
gotcha. And of course, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, you know. They've also been getting the ball to Andre Isavias as well.
Mm-hmm.
But if anything, we gotta really be thorough on the pass rush.
Yeah.
To, although they are without Trent Brown, he's out for the year.
Yeah.
So,
That's going to be a Marius Mims that's going to step in.
yes, but they do have Orlando Brown Jr. on the other side. So
Correct.
I think whatever side Trent Brown is, I think we should really.
That's the
Uh,
right side.
okay, so they're gonna really wanna, cause I expect that we'll stay committed to the run, and
Is that Clowney's side? I want to say that's Clowney's side, or is Clowney on the other side?
Oh, what am I thinking? I'm talking offense. I'm switching to defense. Or, that might be Clowney's side.
That's what I'm thinking.
That actually might be Clowney's side. Um, but yeah,
Could this be the chime that Clowney starts turning it up?
yeah. I mean, they may want to overload some pressure on a couple of snaps onto that same side. Maybe
He
some.
got off to a good start last week.
Yeah,
Could be
indeed.
it.
Yakaim Hannon, welcome to the stream. I see you. Good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
um, but yeah, I think we get good pressure on this Bengals offense and really stifle Joe Burrow,
Yeah.
which you did mention. He's going to get some
Mm-hmm.
points. He's going
Yep.
to get some points. I don't see us fully shutting them down, but
Right.
I think a big thing though, what really worked out well for us in last Sunday's game, we established a big lead and we maintained it.
Yeah. Absolutely. We got off to a strong start and we didn't let up, and that's the key. With average teams like this that don't have that kind of talent, you got to get off to a strong start.
Right.
What did we do when we got boxed into a corner? We started boxing back. We started throwing those hooks, and it took time to do it. We kept getting beat up and beat up and beat up, and finally, this team got fed up enough that we're like, nah, we're done with that. We're gonna start boxing back, and I'm proud of you guys. I really am. That's the type of energy we need to start coming out with every game, and we need to start proving that that was not a fluke. Starting with this Sunday.
Indeed, indeed.
I mean, I look at this offense and I'm just not impressed, really, except for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, really. And this is the second game back from these two. Um, Honestly, Zach Moss does not impress me at all. Joe's got some weapons, but it's just not even near enough. And that's what happens when you spend too much on other positions and you don't spend it enough on the positions that are weapons.
Yeah.
And you do take that hit. So they overpay their wide receivers. You know, let me get into contracts of Cincinnati
It'll be a good
because
test for Mike Jackson and J.C. Horn. I think they can prove to be a challenge.
yeah, because T Higgins is getting paid what $21.8 million guaranteed salary.
Ooh.
Yeah, and this is furthering my point. Jamar Chase $9.8 million cap hit. They're overpaying these guys, and you're not paying the rest of these guys enough. Because you go down the list, these guys are not even get paid more than 3 million, 2 million. I mean, what? You're not getting quality guys if you're going all the way down this list and not finding anything.
Mm. Uh-oh.
So you look at Trey Hendrickson, $20.1 million. That's ridiculous. You know, but where's the money being invested in weapons other than this? You know, and offensive alignment. So you got to look at the GM if you're Cincinnati and the offensive coordinator going, huh? What are y'all doing? Because this team is fully capable of doing some stuff, and they had to let go of some pieces because they couldn't pay them
Right.
because you're too busy overpaying all these other guys. So that's really where Cincinnati's having trouble, and it's evident. You put 130 million into the offense, you put 113 million into the defense.
Well, one thing's for sure, they are very vulnerable right
Yes,
now.
they are.
um, and as far as their defense, I mean, Trey Hendrickson, who is questionable. Um,
Cedric Johnson gets my attention.
oh, they got Chris Jenkins Jr., Sheldon
Yep.
Rankins. Sheldon Rankins is also questionable.
hmm
So, I mean, they got some folks on the line.
Von Bell. Von Bell gets my attention.
Oh yeah, that's right. He went back. He went back.
hmm hmm
Um, Logan Wilson, I think
Yeah.
somebody to
Yeah.
keep an eye
Logan
on.
Wilson.
Jermaine Pratt.
Trey Hendrickson, I just pointed out as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, they got a few guys on defense.
Yeah. Dax Hill actually got my attention when I was looking at this list. 6 foot 190, from Michigan, 12 solo tackles and a sack already. So he's been in on some games. He's been a factor.
Right, right. But hey,
Um,
we got a great opportunity to send them packing with a 0-4 record.
that's correct. We could bury them early.
That would be
And
huge.
it's interesting to me when you think of what teams are going to end up 0-3, up to this point. A lot of people thought it was going to be us. Pretty much everybody thought it was going to be us. No, it's not. When you go and you look at the overall NFL records, you're surprised to find a couple of teams that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that is true. Um, Isaiah says Brady took pay cuts. That might be the one good thing he did.
And that's one thing that if you're a major player like that, like Luke Kuechly always took pay cuts. Thomas Davis took pay cuts because he understood that you have to pay for these other players and make sure that your team is filled up with talented players. You can't be greedy and take all that money. And to my point of what teams are 0-3, I think you'll be surprised to see that let's see, who was I thinking of? Oh, okay, yeah, the Jags, in my opinion, if they had had all their weaponry, should not be 0-3
Uh-huh.
because there's no reason why they should be 0-3 if they have everything that they needed. But they let go of all that weaponry. See, that's why they're down there.
Yeah.
The Bengals, if they weren't overspending, and they actually had the players, they would definitely not be 0-3.
Yeah.
You know,
Good point. Good point.
the
um,
Titans you expect to be down there. Panthers we expected to be down there.
right.
But now we're not.
But so what I guess we'll go ahead and go right into it. Score prediction for this game.
27-14 Panthers.
I'm gonna say hmm. I'm going to say 27-21 Panthers. Or excuse me, 28-21 Panthers. 28-21 Panthers.
So you're taking into account like 7 to 10 points garbage time,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
see like
and it's only because it's only because I do think the Bengals will get their points.
yeah. My whole thing is like if we um if we play like we're supposed to and we don't allow garbage time to factor in, you know, and we
Uh-huh.
play 4 whole quarters like we should be, playing, then it should end up 27-17, you know,
Yeah,
or 24-17.
that's understandable. Um, Isaiah says a lot of players are greedy today. Are greedy. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true, man.
And he
And
is.
I do give Tom Brady credit for that. I do.
Yeah,
To be fair,
and
I hate his guts, but I give him that.
and he says 24-21 Panthers.
I could see that.
So he's going
Um,
a little closer of a game, which
I
yeah.
could see it.
Um, but yeah, I definitely still believe we should get this. We should definitely get this.
Yeah.
Um, so one thing I wanted to mention, unless you have something else, the preliminary nominees for certain Panther players for this year's Hall of Fame or the class of 2025 Hall of Fame. They posted a list. So there's 167 preliminary nominees total, and there are 16 former Panther players or players that have ties to the Carolina Panthers on this list. So those 16 players are quarterback Jake Delhomme, running back Stephen Davis, running back, wide receiver, punt returner, kick returner Eric Metcalf, wide receiver Musin Muhammad, wide receiver Agent 89 Steve Smith Sr.,
Cool.
tight end Wesley Walls, tight end Jeremy Shockey,
Hmm.
offensive tackle Jordan Gross, center Ryan Khalil, defensive end Jared Allen,
Hmm.
linebacker Jesse Armstead,
Hmm.
linebacker Luke Kuechly,
Hmm.
linebacker Lee Woodall, safety Eugene Robinson, the master of the peanut punch, cornerback Charles Peanut Tillman,
Yeah.
uh, our current assistant coach, cornerback D'Angelo Hall,
Hmm.
and kicker Mr. Lefty John Casey.
Oh man.
Um, I'll say this. I just might protest myself if Steve Smith does not get into the Hall of Fame of 2025. I might protest myself
Same. I'm with you.
because that's garbage. It's already
Absolutely.
it's already messed up enough that Andre Johnson got in, but not Steve Smith. Yeah, that's garbage.
Absolutely garbage. I'm with you.
I mean, just ridiculous.
Hmm.
Now, going down this list, Jake Delhomme. Now, I don't know if he makes it in 2025. Maybe I could see him making it in 2026 or 2027. I don't
Still
know.
streaming, buddy.
What's that?
Ask me later.
Oh.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
What do you think Jake Delhomme? Like, do you think for 2025 or do you think it'd be more 2026 or 2027?
Um, I don't know. It's hard to say. I know that Jake Delhomme did make a difference, but if you really look back at that 04-05 time, like they should not have made it as far as they did. If you really want to be realistic about it. But we had a lot of talented players at the time, though. Jake was one of them. yes. Ah, you know, do you really consider him a Hall of Famer as far as Canton is concerned? Eh, that's I don't know. But as far as like North Carolina Hall of Fame, sure. You know,
Yeah,
Panthers Hall of Fame, sure.
yeah.
You know, absolutely throw him in. But as far as Canton, mm, that's I don't know about that one.
You don't know about that one.
Yeah,
Um,
you need more than just one season to consistently to or one or two seasons more than that to really make a massive difference on the game. And for the most part, when you talk Canton, Ohio, they put people in because you've made a major impact on the game. If you look at Julius Peppers,
yeah,
that dude deserves to be in there.
yeah,
That dude made a massive difference. Steve Smith made a massive difference. Luke Kuechly made a massive difference in the game. Shoot, Luke Kuechly actually checked three-fourths of Peyton Manning's audibles in one half of a football game.
yep.
No one's ever done that. Not even Brian Urlacher in his heyday has pulled that off. So yeah, that deserves some respect and the attention of the league, as far as Canton is concerned.
Okay.
Um,
So, Jake Delhomme, nay,
uh, that's a maybe for me.
maybe. Okay.
I want to show favoritism, but at the same time, I've got to be realistic and say, okay, this is what Canton really wants.
Yeah.
So there's kind of that 50-50 gray area for me
Fair enough.
as a
Um,
Panthers fan.
how about running back Stephen Davis?
That's an interesting one too. I think he did impact the league a little bit, but is it enough?
I per
Because you got to consider who was in the league at the time, though. You had LT out there. You had Adrian Peterson in his prime. You had a few other guys out there that were making a massive difference. That should be in there above him.
I'll say this. I mean, he was a three-time Pro Bowler, led the league in rushing
Yeah,
touchdowns in 1999. I
yeah.
just I just don't think he's put up Hall of Fame like Hall of Fame eligible stats personally.
I agree.
Yeah, that's my only thing with Stephen Davis. I love Stephen
Yeah,
Davis. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
Stephen Davis was that dude,
Same, man. Same. Yeah.
but I just don't think he put up Hall of Fame numbers. So that's my only
Yeah.
thing with that. Um, okay, Eric Metcalf.
Metcalf, talented guy, but he did make a mark on the league, but it wasn't enough. I think he's gonna fall short ultimately.
Yeah, I agree. I'd have to agree with that. Let's see. How about uh Moose and Muhammad?
Without Moose, there would be no Steve Smith. Let's be real here. Moose trained up Steve Smith. In my opinion, Moose deserves the credit that he is due and the love that he is due. So to me, if you're gonna put Steve Smith in the Hall of Fame, you got to put Moose in there too.
So here's my thing. I think, and I hate to say this because I love Moose. I mean, Moose was there
Moose
first,
doesn't have the numbers.
and that's the thing. That's the only
Yeah.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because
That's his only detracting thing.
I mean, of course, us as dedicated Carolina Panther fans, we're gonna put him in there. We're gonna put him in there. Let's just keep it real. Like, I mean, at the level of love and respect that Smitty showed Moose, especially to his face. Like,
Right. Right.
and you mentioned it. Without Moose, there is no Steve Smith that we know
Yeah.
and love to this day. So,
Right.
I mean, you could say Moose was like a big brother, or maybe even a father figure to to
Both Moose
to.
and Steve will say that, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Steve said it on camera.
when it came to wide receiver combos, I'd have to say that was our deadliest wide receiver combo.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like Moose and Smitty. Oh man, that
Oh my
whew.
God. Like,
Like
he forced those safeties to go to one side or the other of the field.
yeah,
You had no choice. You had to go one side or the other. Whichever side you don't go to, the other one's going to burn the heck out of you.
right.
Pick your poison.
Seriously.
And that's what we need to get back to with our wide receiver core. Pick your poison.
um. So you know what? Yay for Musa Muhammad.
Yeah.
Steve Smith Senior, 1,000,000% yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely yes.
And if they don't do it for 2025, I'm a pitch a fit.
I'm going to lose my mind too. That's not cool.
All right. Tight end Wesley Walls.
Wesley Walls didn't do enough. Not for Canton. No. For North
So,
Carolina and the Panthers Hall of Fame, yes. But for Canton, no.
so award wise, he did pretty well. Stat
Mm-hmm.
wise, I mean,
Right. Another one of those cases.
like I would say more for Greg Olson than Wesley Walls, but
Yeah.
then again, Wesley Walls was there for a long time, and he was a beast for
Yeah.
Carolina. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, mm, I love Wesley Walls, but I'm gonna have to say nay.
I agree.
Uh,
Respectfully.
yeah. Um, Jeremy Shockey.
Ooh. I'm leaning towards yes on that one. Because Jeremy Shockey was a massive part of the success of Eli Manning and the Giants.
Shockey, and the thing is, he only played 1 year for us. So,
Yeah. But he got 2 rings.
yep, he did get 2 rings. Yep, he sure
He
did.
made a massive mark on the league.
Honestly,
I say yes.
Shockey might actually get in.
Yeah.
I
But
think,
which round and which year? That's the question.
yeah,
Because they're gonna shaft him for a few years.
yeah, because this was
And
this was another one that was a first round pick as well.
they're gonna shortchange him for a few years.
Yeah,
But eventually he will get an opportunity to be in. Now whether they're actually gonna put him in or not, I don't know.
right. Um, yeah, I think he'll make his way in at some point.
Yeah.
um, Jordan Gross.
Offensive linemen generally don't get into Canton very often, if at all. That's the problem there. That's just starting out. Jordan Gross was an excellent offensive lineman for us. I think he deserves the nomination for North Carolina Hall of Fame and Panthers Hall of Fame for sure. Canton, do we as Panther fans believe he should get in? Yes. But will he get in? Probably not. Because of the reason I stated to begin with. They don't put offensive linemen in there.
So there are 48 total offensive linemen in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, out of how many though?
Not 48 total.
That's yeah, 48 out of how many players, of all different positions. That's my point. It's very rare to see that nowadays. You'll see a wide receiver, you'll see a tight end, you'll see a linebacker get in there before that. So it's very rare in the last 10 years. It's
Yeah,
changed.
but of course, you know us as Panthers fans, like you called it. Offensive line, Jordan Gross. Yeah, we're gonna put him in there.
Yeah.
Um, Ryan Khalil.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
1,000,000% yes. That dude was the anchor of this offensive line, and without Ryan Khalil, we would have no offensive line for a number of years.
uh, I mean, we're talking about somebody that was an
I'm
All-Pro.
actually considering getting his jersey, to be honest. I like Ryan Khalil.
I
And you
mean,
guys know how I feel about that.
I still feel to this day, Ryan Khalil was one of the best centers to ever play in the NFL.
I absolutely agree.
I mean, five-time Pro Bowler, multiple time All Pro, two-time first team All Pro. Um,
I think I did get his autograph one time when I was in training camp. I do believe I remember that meeting him. He was a very nice gentleman.
yeah,
Love him to death.
and I will say
Ooh, Jason Kelsey for the Eagles.
I will say
Yeah.
this: if he ever shows any interest in wanting to be a part of this Panthers coaching staff, Mr. Tepper, you better take him up on that.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
You better take him up on that.
I want Ryan Khalil as our offensive line coach.
Shoot, he can
I'm
have it.
saying it now. I want him as our offensive line coach.
He can have it.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah, come on over here. You ever get an interest in
Yeah.
coaching? Come on over.
Yep.
Come on over.
Even just as a person that's just giving their opinion, as an assistant, you know, as what do they call them now? Consultants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Even just as a consultant, I'll take that. Any of these pros that want to be consultants on this coaching staff, be my guest. Please do. It can only help us, you know?
So before we go into defense here, let's catch up on some of your chats. Um, David says, or wait, no, Khalil Wesley. Canales can develop Plummer. He could be the next Tom Brady. Okay, stop the cap. Not even you believe
Yeah,
that.
stop it.
Not
Stop it,
not
bro.
even you believe that. Stop.
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 Stop it.
No, 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 no.
No.
No. No.
Bro, the only team they played so far in Miami is Southern Florida.
Oh,
That's the only legitimate team.
he was talking Plummer, develop Plummer, Jack Plummer.
Oh, Jack Plummer? No.
No.
No, come on,
No.
man. No.
No.
Jack Plummer ain't it, man.
Um
He's a career backup.
David says these injuries need to stop. I understand injuries are a part of the game, but we're having way too many injuries. It's ridiculous. Yeah,
And most of them have been happening during practice. What are we doing during practice that's causing this many injuries, guys?
yeah. Um yeah, it's ridiculous.
Time to start looking at that.
Um he also says, "Do you guys remember Tim Batuka?" Oh, of course.
Oh yeah. He hate me.
No, he hate me was Rod Smart. That was Rod Smart.
Yeah, Rod Smart too.
Um
Rod Smart too. I want to mention him too.
Tim
Shout out to both gentlemen.
Batuka, like
Same era.
I had a lot of I mean, I was hopeful for him. I mean, he was a first round pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um I really wish he would have panned out a lot better. But
Yeah,
but I
same.
mean, he did play his whole career with Carolina, so I mean, there is
Mm-hmm.
that.
True.
I just wish he would have panned out better. um, they used to have a combo at McDonald's for him. Which player? Um,
Tim. Tim.
interesting. I did not know
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Great
I
conversation.
didn't either.
Says great conversation, guys, for Canton Hall of Fame discussion for who needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Uh, the position with the most players in the Pro Football Hall of Fame is not quarterback or defensive lineman, rather. Oh, so it is offensive lineman. Oh, really?
Hmm.
Oh, well,
Surprisingly.
well,
Okay.
excuse
I
me.
stand corrected.
Dang. Okay.
I stand corrected.
Good. Good find, David.
Yeah. Good find, buddy.
Isaiah says, Jason Kelsey for the Eagles should. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
I
Jason
c-
Kelsey. Yeah, by the end of his career, I absolutely agree. Once he becomes available for it, yeah.
yeah, I could definitely see that.
Hmm.
David says, put Steve Smith as wide receivers coach. Yes,
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 1,000,000% yes, yes,
yes.
and yes.
He
And
he
furthermore, yes.
he can have an ironclad he can have an ironclad contract to be our wide receivers coach till the day he dies. I don't care.
Facts,
I don't care. Like,
facts.
yeah. Um, Luke would be great to have in the building. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Luke
Yeah,
Kuechly? Oh, yeah.
we
Yeah.
have him in the building. Actually, he's been all over the place.
Yeah.
He's been a radio announcer. He's been in the locker room. He's been helping him out in practices. He's been here, man. So
Uh
I want him as a permanent coach, but he doesn't want to travel with the team,
right,
which is
right.
understandable because
Yeah.
he did a whole scouting run, and hated traveling, and
Oh,
that
yeah.
that position requires a ton of traveling.
That is true.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Jeff R says, any of you guys plan on going to the game Sunday? Unfortunately not.
No, no.
Um, Mr. Gemini says I miss Double Trouble. Yeah, me too. Me too. They were great.
Yeah,
One of
fantastic.
one of the best running back combos in Carolina Panther history.
We're beginning to develop our next double trouble. If you
Right.
look at our running back room right now,
Ju-
which I would like to get to that running back conversation, but go ahead and finish out chat.
so the last one I got is Joe Velasco says, "How about Jonathan Stewart, Hall of Fame or not?" Uh,
Mm, mm, not for Canton,
mm,
no, but for North Carolina Hall of Fame and Panthers Hall of Fame, absolutely.
for Hall of Honor, yes. For
Yeah,
Canton, I
no,
mean, I just don't think. I mean, he's only a one-time Pro Bowler, and
right.
while he's put up some decent stats, I don't think he's done enough for Hall of Fame numbers. Still our top running back to have ever
Ooh,
played for Carolina. Still our top guy, but Hall of Fame, I don't see it. I really don't. Joe Valesco, I really don't see it. um,
you'll like this comment. This
Dave
is good.
David Screw says Steve Smith the ice. Why? Steve Smith to the players. The ice up sun practices features a hard drill who can get to the ball the fastest, and the losers have to take an ice up sun bath. Dang!
I
Oh, that's cruel.
love it.
But I
That's
mean,
creative.
when you think about it, that would probably be something Steve Smith would enforce.
Absolutely.
He would probably enforce something like that. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
love it.
that's cruel, but he would be one to do it.
Uh huh.
Okay, switching gears to defense. Jared Allen.
That's a tough one for me. Um, First half of his career, I would have said yes, but now it's
You know what? I'm gonna say yes. 5-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All Pro, 2-time sack leader.
Yeah.
Um, Holds the NFL record for most safeties in a season and most career safeties. He has 136 sacks. Honestly, I could see him in the Hall of Fame. I could.
Yeah. The last part of his career, though, his numbers have kind of fallen off because he's getting older.
Yeah,
But he's lost a step or two. But initially, yes.
but a pretty impressive career for a fourth round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that. I'm gonna say yes for Jared Allen. I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah.
I think he makes it in.
Yeah. I'll agree.
Okay, Jesse Armstead.
I'm gonna say no.
So, I mean, he won a Super Bowl as a consultant, and he's a 5-time Pro Bowler. I just, hmm, 40,
I just get the feeling they're gonna shortchange him.
40 sacks, 12
He's
interceptions.
got the numbers, he's got the stuff to get in, but they're gonna shortchange him
Yeah, probably.
for quite a while.
I'm gonna say a. I'm leaning more towards a no, but they might be nice, but I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know
I
about
doubt
that.
it.
This is a simple one. Luke Kuechly.
Yes. Yes. And furthermore, yes.
I mean,
Anybody that can anybody that can checkmate 3/4 of Peyton Manning's career audibles in one half of a Super Bowl. I mean, this is all Peyton Manning has made a career out of for 16 years. And this man checkmark chess matched him for one whole half. That's insane. Nobody talks about that when they talk about the Super Bowl. All they want to talk about is the Cam Newton fumble and Cam Newton this, the refs that. Nobody talks about Luke Kuechly.
so if I want to make it easier for y'all, a 7-time All Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler. This man has won a Defensive Rookie of the Year and has won a Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah,
He is a 2-time NFL combined tackles leader because this dude
yeah,
was a tackling monster. Um, this dude has 1,092 career tackles.
it's
Um,
insane.
Sack numbers aren't that big, 12 and a half sacks, but for a linebacker, this man has 66 pass deflections and 18 interceptions. 18.
Good lord. And just think if he didn't have those concussions and kept going to the end of his career, what those numbers would look like.
Yeah. And still
My God.
and still is tied for the NFL record for most combined tackles in a game with 24. This man had 24 tackles in a game.
That's Madden numbers, y'all.
I
That's insanity.
I honestly think if you ever want somebody to teach you any and everything about proper tackling and coverage,
Yep.
you can't go wrong with Luke Kuechly.
Facts. Ian Tom, when you look at AJ Klein and his rushing stop ability, where he was able to spread the field and just do the damage that he did in 2015, he learned that all from Luke.
Like there are
All of it.
there are so I can imagine offenses that have played against him. I got to imagine there were quarterbacks or players on so many occasions that would just be like, how the heck did he know that freaking play?
Yeah. The dude is just a film study um, phenomenon.
And you
Like
and you,
that's
and you know what I find? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
he
ahead.
spent about half the time when he was not on the field or sleeping or eating watching film and just understanding his opponents. It's
Yeah.
just the most incredible thing I've ever seen a player do.
Jeff R says, imagine how good Kuechly would have been if he didn't retire early. He might be the best line.
Facts.
He might be the best linebacker ever, honestly, even with the early retirement.
Facts. He would have eclipsed Ryan Urlacher's numbers
You know what?
and Ray Lewis's numbers.
You know
I'm
what's
calling it now.
you know what's really scary? Like one of the scariest plays that I've seen Luke Kuechly do
Mm-hmm.
on toss plays. Do you see how quickly this dude gets to the backfield on toss plays? On just
It's
regular
incredible.
toss plays. That
The
not
only other player I've ever seen be able to do that is Troy Polamalu.
Oh yeah, Troy Polamalu, hard hitting, great coverage, could
He was
swarm
within
to the
5
ball.
yards of every single play, every time that ball was snapped.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like, how the heck is he doing this? There's no way for a safety to be able to do this.
and the thing with Luke Kuechly, as soon as folks are lining up, as soon as you see that dude stand up and start pointing, and signaling everybody, you already know. Oh shoot, he done figure it out.
Yep. You're
Like,
already screwed. And he's doing it before the snap even occurs.
like
That's
you,
the crazy thing.
like folks would pay attention to that because as soon Luke Kuechly stand up, start pointing, so it's like, oh shoot, he sees something.
You could literally see Peyton Manning just pissed off and frustrated and calling a timeout because he was just like, Luke Kuechly's figured out 3/4 of my freaking playbook. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Every time I audible, he's already figured it out. What? What? You give this dude 1 week, to prepare for you, you're already in trouble. You give him 2 whole weeks, you're screwed.
Not to mention,
You're done.
dude had pretty sick speed whenever he got interceptions.
Oh yeah.
Like, man, like
In his prime, oh my god,
I tell you
he
what,
was a straight animal.
I mean, 1,092 tackles, 24 in a single game.
It's one of my favorite top 5 Panthers of all time.
Like that's beastly.
Yep. Perfect embodiment of what a Carolina Panthers player should be.
But then again, you can't really be too surprised because you got to think back to what he did in Boston College.
Yep.
I mean, he was an ACC Defensive Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year. I mean, it's not shocking. He was a first team All ACC 3 times.
Oh yeah. He did some serious damage to my Clemson Tigers at the time. We had no answer for him.
Yeah, so Kuechly just yeah, it's unanimous. Yes, put that man in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Yep.
Uh Linebacker Lee Woodall.
Mm,
So I do remember him, but he's another one. Only had 1 year with Carolina.
yeah.
So
I'm going to say no.
yeah, I'm gonna say no as well. Just not somebody that stood out
Right.
to me personally. Safety Eugene Robinson.
Hmm. I'm borderline on that one. He didn't
So
stand out to me either.
I mean, he did stuff way before he got to Carolina, and he only played
Right.
1 year in Carolina. But I mean, he's got a Super Bowl, 3-time Pro Bowler. He led the league in interceptions in '93.
Yeah.
Well, The dude has 57 career interceptions. Actually, that's that's arguable.
Yeah, yeah, arguable.
1,415 tackles and 57 interceptions. That's debatable.
To clarify what it said, he didn't really stand out here in Carolina, but
Right.
before that, yeah,
Honestly, he might get in. Actually, he might actually get in.
maybe,
57
maybe.
interceptions is pretty impressive.
Hmm.
Um, Charles Peanut Tillman.
Oh man, I think yes, because he revolutionized that peanut punch, and that's a major game changer when it comes to defensive players. And how they try to get forced fumbles.
So, and that's another crazy thing. Only played one season for us, but he played one heck of a season with us. Um,
Yeah.
he was a Walter Payton Man of the Year, two-time Pro Bowler. Led the league in forced fumbles in
Mm-hmm.
2012.
Mm-hmm.
Um, 930 tackles, 38 interceptions, 140 pass deflections, 9 defensive touchdowns, 44 forced fumbles.
Yeah.
Honestly, because his stats were pretty spread out. He doesn't have 1,000 tackles, but 140 pass deflections, 38 interceptions, 9 defensive touchdowns.
Should he be in consideration? Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
But because he revolutionized that way of creating forced fumbles. But and that's something that changes the game.
yeah.
That leaves a mark on the game.
And he's the man behind the peanut punch, and still said to this day, peanut
Yeah.
punch. So
The
I'm a, I'm
numbers may not be enough though, but I don't know.
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say he gets it. Not
I
maybe
think so.
maybe not in 2025, but maybe 26 or 27.
I'd say yes as well. I
Yeah.
think he deserves to be in.
Okay. Even though he never played for our team, but he's a assistant coach for us. D'Angelo Hall.
Hmm.
He was quite a nuisance back in Atlanta, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, he was.
Um, three-time Pro Bowler, 811 tackles, 43 interceptions, 10 defensive touchdowns.
Mm.
Dude has a buttload of interceptions. Um,
Mm.
had NFL records for most passes intercepted in a single game with 4.
Mm.
And also in one half with 4.
Mm-hmm.
Most career fumble return yards, 328. Jesus.
Mm. There you
Um,
go.
well,
That's what's going to get the league's attention right there.
somebody that was also a first round pick.
Yeah. Big
Hon-
special teamer.
Honestly, I don't see why not.
Yeah. I'll say yes.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Mm-hmm.
I just hated playing against him. That dude was freak
Oh yeah.
man. Whew,
Yeah.
I did not like playing against that dude. Seriously.
Right.
And then finally, the lefty kicker John Casey. I'm gonna have to say yes.
Yes. John Casey made a huge impact through his career in the
This
kicking game. He was
this
one of the top 5 kickers, during that era.
yeah, and we're talking about
Consistently.
somebody that played since '91. Of course, he played with Carolina from '95 to 2010. Was with Seattle first, but we're talking
Yeah.
about somebody that scored 1,970 points alone with his foot. Not to
Top
mention,
3 consistently.
yeah,
Top 3 consistently in the league at the time. I put him
um,
right up there with Janikowski and Gronkowski.
um, 81.9% field goal percentage. Longest field goal, 56 yards.
Yeah.
I mean,
It was ridiculous.
yeah, like shoot,
And
why the heck is he not in the Hall of Honor?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Like, honestly, I would Mr. Tepper,
Yeah.
why not put John Casey in there?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would.
I know he didn't finish his career in Carolina. He did in New Orleans, but still, like,
I understand that he did shank that punt. They kick off during the Super Bowl, but that's
yeah,
no reason to hold him out of the Hall of Honor.
right.
That's kind of ridiculous, you know?
But yeah, I definitely would put him in there. The
Yeah.
lefty,
Mm-hmm.
the super lefty.
Yeah.
And John Casey, he was a very humble guy as well.
Right.
Not
Right.
not somebody of a lot of words,
Yeah.
but he was very humble. And
Yeah.
you could tell his teammates loved him, especially in Carolina.
We're gonna have a Ring of Excellence ceremony, apparently.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I think it's gonna be Peppers.
Oh,
I
nice,
don't know for
nice.
sure, but they're advertising Ring of Excellence ceremony though.
So, just to kind of quickly run down the other list.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterbacks. Mark Bolger, Randall Cunningham, Doug Flutie, Rich Gannon, Jake Delhomme, Jeff Garcia, Donovan McNabb, Eli Manning, Steve McNair, Tony Romo. Um,
Oh, here we go.
Eli Manning, yes.
Eli Manning, yes, he won two Super Bowls against the New England Patriots, who had a dynasty of winning Super Bowls at the time. So yes,
Mark Bolger,
Mark Bulger, no,
no. Randall Cunningham,
no,
yes. Real? Oh, really? No,
no for me.
no for
It's
Randall
not
Cunningham.
enough. There's
Interesting.
so many good quarterbacks out there that you know Cunningham was great, but it just wasn't enough for me.
I think what stands out, I mean, he was really one of the premier black quarterbacks that kind of stood out in like the
Fair point.
in the early 90s, in the early, or more so the late 80s into the 90s, so to speak. So I
And on
mean,
that alone, that might get him put in.
yeah, he's in the Eagles Hall of Fame so
Yeah.
far.
Mm-hmm.
um I don't think he'll be a first ballot, but
Right. Mm-hmm.
I could see them putting him in. I could see them putting him in.
It's possible.
uh let's see, Jake Delhomme. Yeah, we went over that.
Yeah.
Doug Flutie.
I'll say
mm,
yes.
you'll say yes?
Yeah. Doug Flutie did make an impact in the league.
Okay. Um, Rich Gannon.
Mm, that's a tough one for me.
That's a tough one. Jeff Garcia. No,
No.
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 Um, Donovan McNabb. Uh,
Donovan McNabb, I think, like, no. But he would have had a lot more success had he been given more time and more weaponry to deal
yeah.
with in Philadelphia.
Um, Eli Manning. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Steve McNair. May
He
he
had one or two good years, but to me, no.
may he rest in peace. But I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to say
Same.
no. Um, Tony Romo. Heck no.
Heck no. Absolutely not.
Um, let's see. Running backs: Sean Alexander, Terry Allen, Jamal Anderson, Tiki Barber, Larry Centers, Jamal Charles, Stephen Davis, Corey Dillon, Warwick Dunn, Charlie Garner, Eddie George, Priest Holmes, Steven Jackson, Chris Johnson, Thomas Jones, John Kuhn, Vontae Leach, Dorsey Levens, Jamal Lewis, Marshawn Lynch, Eric Metcalf,
Mm.
Glenn Milburn, Lorenzo Neal, Clinton Portis, Tony Richardson, Robert Smith, Darren Sproles, Fred Taylor, Chris Warren, Ricky Waters, Ricky Williams. Okay, we're gonna do the lightning round. Just a
Yeah.
quick yay or nay. Sean Alexander.
Uh, that's a tough one for me.
I'm gonna say yes.
I'll say yes.
Terry Allen. I don't remember him much, to
I
be
don't either.
honest. Um, Jamal Anderson. Oh yeah, the man behind the Dirty Bird dance. Um,
Mm, no.
Probably not. Tiki Barber. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
see why not. Larry Centers. Mm,
Mm,
I know he played a lot of fullback and did pretty well.
yeah.
Um, Maybe.
Maybe.
Jamal Charles.
Yes.
Yeah. Stephen Davis. Unfortunately, no.
No.
Corey Dillon.
No.
I like the guy, but no. Uh, War-
Same.
Warwick Dunn. Hated going up against him, but Warwick Dunn.
No.
Probably not. Charlie Garner. Probably not.
No.
Eddie George. I don't see why not. Yeah,
I'll say yes on that one solidly.
I could probably see Eddie
I
George.
like Eddie.
Priest Holmes.
Mm.
I think he kind of had something going for a while, but then he kind of dropped off.
Mm-hmm.
So probably a no.
That's a no.
Uh, Steven Jackson. See, he's another one. Had a hot start, but then he kind of dropped off.
Yeah. I'll
Um,
say no.
yeah, I'll have to agree. Chris Johnson. Uh, Maybe.
Um.
Because I mean, he kind of was a big deal
Yeah, he was.
before Derrick Henry. So I'm gonna say maybe. I'm gonna say maybe.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe.
Thomas Jones. Nah.
Nah.
John Kuhn. I know it was mostly a fullback, but
No.
maybe. I'll say well. I'll say maybe. Um, Vontae Leach. No.
No.
Dorsey Levens. Crap.
No.
Probably not. Um, Jamal Lewis. Ugh, that's a touchy one. That's a touchy one.
I
'Cause-
lean towards yes on that one.
So Jamal, hmm. So Jamal Lewis. I mean, we know that he's had his share of issues.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you know what? If we're talking about pure performance, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I have to say yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I know
That's
he,
what I was basing it on.
yeah, I know he's dealt with some legal issues, drug issues, stuff like that. But honestly, what he did on the field, yeah, I'm gonna have to say yeah to Hall of Fame. Yeah. Uh, Beast Mode, Marshawn Lynch.
Yes.
Yeah. Who who would have had 2 Super Bowls if Pete Carroll didn't freaking.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And not to mention Beast Mode is hilarious. Um,
Absolutely.
but yeah, Marshawn Lynch, yeah, yeah. Eric Metcalf, no. Um, or wait, we did Eric Metcalf already. What am I talking about?
Yeah, we did that. Yeah.
Glenn Milburn. Don't really remember him, to be honest with you.
I don't know who that is. You got to understand, I started watching this game around 04, 05, so I don't, you know, maybe borderline 03. So some of these older ones, from the 70s, 80s, 90s, I'm not as familiar with.
Yeah. Lorenzo Neal.
That's another name I'm not familiar with.
I would say yes. He was quite a premier fullback. Um, I do remember him. He was quite a premier fullback. So I personally would say yes. Um, Clinton Portis.
Who? Um, no.
See, Clinton Portis was another one. Um,
He was good. He was really good. Don't get me wrong, but not good enough for Ken.
yeah, I felt like he had a hot start with
Yeah.
Denver, but then after he got to Washington, he just started to kind of go downhill a little.
I mean, the first couple of years he was all right,
Yeah,
and then it started going downhill from there.
yeah, yeah. That's fair. Um, eh, he. I don't. Well, he might get. It's debatable. It's debatable.
Yeah, it's debatable. He might get shorted for a couple of years, but he'll
Yeah,
he'll get an opportunity.
yeah.
But that doesn't always mean he's gonna get in.
Um, Tony Richardson. Uh, maybe.
Maybe
Yeah. Robert Smith. Probably not. Uh,
not a name I'm familiar with.
Darren Sproles. I think so.
Sproles I'm familiar with.
I,
Man,
I think he would make it.
I think yes, based on his performance on the field. Um, it just barely passes, what Canton wants.
Fair, fair. Um, Fred Taylor. Hmm.
Fred Taylor, yes. I like Fred Taylor.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was quite a beast with Jacksonville.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Chris Warren. Probably not.
No, no.
Ricky Waters. Uh, I don't
Mm,
I don't know if he's necessarily done enough.
yeah, I don't think so either.
um, Ricky Williams. Well,
Mm,
Ricky Williams until he became all weird.
yeah,
I don't know.
it's debatable.
Maybe he did enough. Um,
Maybe.
it's debatable. It's
Mm-hmm.
debatable.
Definitely debatable.
Okay, wide receivers. Oh, this ought to be fun. Um, lightning round as usual. Anquan Bolden.
Uh, Shoot. That's a borderline one for me.
Yeah.
I want to say yes because of his talents on the field, but there's been so many wide receivers. You know what I mean? Like that have put him in the shadow.
True. I mean,
Plus, you have to consider this. These were the years when Larry Fitzgerald was absolutely dominating in Arizona.
true.
So he
Um,
kind of was in Larry's shadow for a lot of time.
uh,
So he might have got overlooked.
well, he does have over 1,000 receptions and over 13,000
Yep,
receiving
yeah.
yards.
I mean, as far as like Hall of Fame, he might get overlooked because of that reason.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
I mean, if you're gonna put Larry in, you got to put Bolden in too.
you know what? I would give it to him.
Yeah.
Maybe
Mm-hmm.
if he doesn't make 2025, he might make 2026.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I if it were me, I would give it to Bolton.
Yep.
Donald Driver.
Uh-uh. No, not enough.
Okay. Uh, I think I'm gonna have to agree with you. Uh,
He was a good wide receiver, but he didn't change the game in any way.
Antonio Freeman.
That's not a name I'm familiar with.
Antonio Freeman. He played. I remember when he played quite a bit for Tampa Bay. Um, I mean, or not for Tampa Bay, but for Green Bay. Um, I don't think he quite did enough. I don't think he quite did enough. Um, so I'm gonna have to say no to Antonio Freeman. Irving Fryer.
Don't know that name either.
I followed him quite a bit in his career with Miami, um, which I believe he also played for the Eagles as well.
Mm.
Um, Irving Fryer, my only thing, five-time Pro Bowler, he might get in, but for him having 12,785 receiving yards, he's only had 851 receptions.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
the,
that might not be enough.
but the 84 touchdowns might help.
Yeah,
I
yeah. That's definitely a solid argument. That'll help him. Hmm.
hmm, I mean, he
I'll
he
say debatable on that one.
yeah,
Leaning towards yes.
yeah. Um Torrey Holt. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would definitely say Torrey Holt.
Yeah. Torrey Holt did change the game. Actually, he left a mark.
Joe Horn.
Oh, I gotta say no.
Yeah, Joe Horn, while I remember him being annoying when he was with the Saints, I don't think Joe Horn did enough. I mean,
No, he did not.
four-time Pro Bowler, but just um yeah, I think he comes up a little short.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um Chad Johnson, aka
Ocho Cinco,
Ocho Cinco.
who, by the way, had to walk back his comments on Bryce Young recently.
Yes. Or just on the Panthers in general, but yes.
Yeah.
Um
He's going to be at this game, by the way,
oh,
too.
nice.
Yep.
So it kind of reminded me, Shannon Sharp kind of rebutted him because he felt like he should have been in the Hall of Fame, but Shannon Sharp was like, but you only got 67 touchdowns.
Right.
I
And that's
mean,
not enough.
I mean,
I feel like he should be in there.
six-time Pro Bowler, led the league in receiving yards once.
I loved watching him play.
I mean,
He had that Steve Smith energy, man. Dude just came out there and just shut people up and there were so many haters at the time. I remember that clearly. Going into people's comment sections and stuff. This was before I got to be a YouTuber. I saw so many comments about Ocho Cinco, just he's a jerk and he did this and he did that. He's just egotistical, y'all. That's who he is. That's his personality.
I mean,
And
there's a lot of folks that may say it's debatable with Chad Johnson.
yeah, I
That,
like him
that
personally. I like him.
they'll probably eventually give it to him.
Yeah, I think so.
They'll probably give it to him. Brandon Marshall.
No,
He kind of had a hot start, but then sort of,
that's gonna be a no.
yeah.
Not
Uh,
enough.
Derek Mason. I don't think he did enough either.
Uh, I'm not familiar with him, to be honest.
Um,
That's a name that doesn't pop off to me.
I thought he was all right. I just don't think he did enough. Herman Moore.
Not familiar with that one.
Me neither. We went over Musa Muhammad. Jordy Nelson.
Jordy, I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
No,
I'll have to agree. Andre Rison.
no,
Mm, hold on.
not enough for me.
Let me do a quick check on Andre Rison. Uh, uh, I'm gonna say I'm gonna say debatable. He's played on a lot of teams.
Yeah, and for the reason of him playing on a lot of teams, I think that's going to come into play.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say debatable. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
debatable.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Jimmy Smith. I remember he did a little something something for the Jaguars, but I don't
Not
really.
familiar with him.
Um. Uh. I think he might be debatable. I think he might be debatable actually. Um. Rod Smith. Uh.
Oh, no,
Nah. And of course, we already went through Steve Smith Sr. Uh. Demarius Thomas.
no.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
But
May he rest in peace.
but I mean, five-time Pro Bowler, and he did win the Super Bowl 50. Um,
True.
I'm not so sure if he did enough, but they might put him in there, but I don't
Mm,
think he quite did enough. But
yeah. Agreed.
um, let's see, Hines Ward, yes,
Yes.
yes, most
Yeah.
definitely yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That dude was a true leader on the Steelers.
When you think about the Pittsburgh Steelers, you think of like 5 or 6 names. His name is definitely one of the first ones you think of.
Yeah,
All-time Steelers.
not to mention played his entire career.
Yeah. He was
Two
a pleasure to watch.
two Super Bowls, and he was a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Like,
Love checking him out, man.
and a thousand receptions, even
Yep.
12,083 yards receiving, 85
Mm-hmm.
touchdowns. Oh yeah, he better get in.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mm-hmm.
better get in.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a third round draft pick.
Yep.
But yeah, Hines Ward, yeah, that's an easy one. Uh, Reggie Wayne, yes,
Yes.
yeah, definitely.
Unanimous yes.
Yeah. I mean, when we're talking about Colts wide receivers. I mean, I know Marvin Harrison, but you gotta include
Reggie
Reggie
Wayne's name
Wayne.
automatically comes to mind right after you talk about him.
Yes. Oh yes. So that's an easy one.
Oh yeah.
Um, Wes Welker.
Yes.
Uh,
This dude did a lot of things, with New England. He was basically their Swiss Army knife wide receiver. You put him anywhere, he could do it. And he made a major impact on the Patriots dynasty and their Super Bowl runs.
you know what? Looking at his stats, five-time Pro Bowler, three-time NFL receptions leader. That's
Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Nasty wide receiver.
yeah. I think he qualifies.
I
Yeah,
love Wes Welker.
yeah. I think he qualifies.
Yeah.
So Wes Welker and Roddy White. Uh,
I love Roddy White, but I'm gonna have to say debatable. I don't think he did enough.
I
Um,
I don't think he did enough either. Um, might
if
not.
he had gotten a Super Bowl ring, maybe,
Yeah.
which he was very close to getting in 2016. By the way,
Oh, yeah. That is true.
yeah,
That is true.
that officially really put him on the map.
Yeah.
Nobody really knew who he was because he was stuck in Atlanta's mediocre offense, for the longest.
Right. Um. Okay. Tight ends. There's only six. We've already gone through Jeremy Shockey, Wesley
Yeah,
Walls,
yeah.
Ben Coates.
I'm not familiar with that
I've
name.
I vaguely remember him, so I don't know. Vernon Davis. Yes.
Vernon Davis, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Antonio Gates. Yes.
Yes. By a long shot, yes.
Yeah. That's a very easy one.
Yeah.
Um. Delaney Walker. Did he do enough? I don't
I
know if
don't think
he.
he did.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
Oh, three-time Pro Bowler. Um,
I briefly remember that name.
I've kept up more when he was a Titan, although he was a 49er first. But
Mm-hmm.
uh, I'm gonna probably say no. Yeah, I'm gonna probably say no.
Agreed.
Okay, offensive lineman. This is where it gets really interesting.
Okay.
Willie Johnson, tackle, or excuse me, Willie Anderson. I'm sorry, Willie Anderson.
I don't generally keep up with the offensive linemen's names, to be real with you.
I'll run them down right quickly then. Willie Anderson, Bruce Armstrong, Matt Burke, Lomas Brown, Reuben Brown, Jari Evans, uh, Travis Frederick. We've already done Jordan Gross and Ryan Khalil. Lincoln Kennedy, Olin Kreutz, T.J. Lang, Nick Mangold, Logan Mankins, Tom Nalen, Jeff Saturday. Yes.
Jeff Saturday, yes. Mangold, maybe.
Mark Skillerith, Josh Sitton, Chris Snee, Joe Staley, Scott, Scave Zott, Brian Waters, Richmond Webb, Eric Williams, Steve Swinsnewski, yes. Marshall Yanda. There's only a few. Um, Jordan Gross, Ryan Khalil,
Yeah.
Jeff Saturday, yes.
Yeah.
I would say Steve Winooski. Nick Mangold, I think it's debatable.
Debatable. That's what I said. Yeah.
Matt Burke is debatable, center. He's debatable.
Mm.
Um, yeah, that's that's all I got.
Yeah,
Um,
same.
defensive lineman. Um, John Abraham, yes. Uh, let's see. Jarrett Allen, we went through. Leroy Glover, Casey Hampton, Robert Mathis, Chester McLaughlin.
I like Robert Mathis,
You like Robert
but I don't think
Mathis?
he did enough.
Helodi Gata, Simeon Rice. I think Simeon Rice, sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
Sabian Rice. Yep.
Clyde Simmons, yes. Justin Smith, Neil Smith, Henry Thomas, Justin Tuck, yes. Ted Washington, Vince Wilfork, yes.
Vince Wilfork. Yes.
Uh,
Tuck maybe.
Jamal Williams, Kevin Williams, Pat Williams. They don't ring a bell.
No, not for me either.
Um, ooh, linebackers. This is about to get interesting. We went over Jesse Armstead. Uh, Brendan Ayabadejo. Don't recognize that name.
Me neither.
Cornelius Bennett. Uh, Lance Briggs. Keith Brooking. Navarro Bowman. Teddy Bruschi, yes.
Yep.
Donnie Edwards. James Ferrier, maybe. Maybe. Um, London Fletcher, yes. James Harrison, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We also went through Luke Kuechly. That was a double, triple, quadruple, yes.
Yeah.
Willie McGinnis, yes.
Yeah. I can
Uh,
see Willie.
Ken Norton Jr., debatable.
Tough one.
Julian Peterson, uh, well, uh, uh, debatable, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bill Romanowski,
Mm.
I don't like the guy as a person,
Yeah.
but yes, even though I don't,
Agreed.
even though I
Yeah.
don't like him as a person, yes.
Fair.
Um, Takeo Spikes,
I didn't like Takeo Spikes, man, as a person, but as a player, yes.
um,
I'll lean towards yes. It's debatable because of what it takes to get in,
actually,
but yes.
he's got some pretty strong stats. I would honestly,
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards yes, actually.
He was a prick on the sidelines, though.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. That is
Yep.
definitely true.
Did not like him.
Um, Terrell Suggs, he's
That's
another.
another one that was a jerk on the sidelines right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, he dealt with some stuff, but
Did not like him as a person, but skill wise,
he
debatable.
he probably might get in.
Maybe.
We went through Lee Woodall already, and
Yep.
Mike Vrabel. Vrabel.
Mm, leaning towards yes, but I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, I can be down with that.
If you look at his overall body of work, I have to say maybe yes.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Defensive backs. Um. Eric Allen. Uh. Eric Berry.
Eric
Antoine.
Berry, yes.
Eric Berry. Yes, I agree. Antoine Bethea.
Mm,
Probably.
maybe.
Probably. Dre Bly. I think so. Yes.
Not familiar with him.
Cam Chancellor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Nick Collins doesn't ring a bell.
Mm,
Um, Antonio Cromartie, yes.
Yes.
That's
Are we talking about Rogers Cabardi?
I believe so. Um,
Just if we're talking about the one from the Jets, then yes.
yeah,
Then yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
And
That dude was a monster corner. And he was really the only player you could think of that was actually talented with the Jets at the time.
yeah. Even though he only played 1 year with them, yeah.
Monster talent.
So yes for Cromartie. D'Angelo Hall, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
Rodney Harrison, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Eugene Robinson. Oh, we went through him already. Samari Roll. Debatable. Uh,
Not sure who that is.
Alan Rossum. I'm gonna say no. Bob Sanders doesn't ring a bell. Um, Aqib Talib. Oh Jesus.
Oh gosh. That dude.
Okay, this dude is a royal douchebag. But but
I couldn't stand him.
well, let me look up his numbers because
Yeah, I don't like him.
had to deal with this fool in the freaking Super Bowl, and he. You know what? No, no, no.
No.
Screw this dude.
No.
No,
No.
no.
I'm with you. No.
You know, I take that back. No, screw this dude. Um, let's see. Earl Thomas, yes,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yes, definitely Earl Thomas.
He was a menace.
We went through Charles Tillman. Troy Vincent, yes.
Yeah.
Darren Woodson, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then punters, kickers. David Akers, yes.
Yes.
Gary Anderson doesn't ring a bell.
Not to me either.
Darren Bennett doesn't ring a bell. Um,
No.
Jason Elam, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jeff Fiegels, the punter, yes.
Yeah.
Jason Hanson, yes.
Yeah.
Of
Definitely.
course, John Casey, we said yes.
Yeah.
Sean Landetta, hmm,
Mm. That's a tough one.
yeah. Shane Leckler, probably, probably.
Possibly. Yeah.
Pat McAfee, yes.
Yeah.
Brian Mormon, probably not.
Mm.
Uh, Matt Stover, I'm thinking yes for Matt Stover. Kicker Matt Stover,
Yeah.
I'm thinking
Maybe.
yes.
Maybe.
Punter
It may not be enough though.
Matt Turk, uh, probably. Mike Vanderjack,
Yeah.
I'm thinking yes.
Yeah.
And this last one, even though I couldn't stand this dude, but I do think he deserves to go in. Adam Vinatieri.
Yep.
Ah,
I say yes to Adam Vinatieri.
he was great. He is one of the best kickers and to have played. So yeah.
For anybody that's just joining us, we were talking about which players should probably get into the Hall of Fame in Canton.
And the only two players left, special teams, uh, running back slash kick returner, punt returner, Brian Mitchell doesn't ring a bell,
Mm, don't
and
know him.
Josh Cribbs. So
Cribs? I do know Cribs.
Cribbs,
Um, not enough.
I think Josh Cribbs, he was showing a lot of promise.
Yeah, he was.
Well, hold up, hold up. NFL kickoff returns leader in '07, three-time Pro Bowler. Um, has over 13,000 return yards and 11 return
Yeah.
touchdowns. Well, hold on. Let me see how he compares to oh my good. Oh my goodness. What's the top returner that you never want to kick off to? I cannot think of his freaking
Oh,
name.
the guy from the Bears.
Oh my goodness. I'm having a brain fart.
Oh, me too. Um, somebody help us in chat. Somebody knows it. Come on, give us
Devin
some help
Hester.
here.
Devin Hester.
Devin Hester.
Devin Hester.
Yep, Devin
Okay.
Hester.
Let me see how he compares to Devin Hester.
God, Devin Hester was a menace.
Mm.
I love watching that dude, man.
And he just got inducted into the Hall of Fame class of
Hmm
2024.
He
Um,
has special teamers terrified.
well, see, he has 20 total returns, 6 kickoff return
Hmm
touchdowns and 14 punt return touchdowns.
hmm
And yeah, I don't know if Cribbs has done enough. I mean, Cribbs did a
No,
little something something. He's done a little something something, but he doesn't quite compare to the numbers of Devin Hester. I mean, I don't know too many return specialists in
right.
the Hall of Fame, but
Hmm
I mean, you can't overlook Devin Hester. I mean, for what he's done. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
so for Cribbs, I'm probably gonna have to say no.
Mm.
If he had done just a little more,
hmm
I would say probably, but no, I'm gonna have to say no. But that's the whole list. That is
And
the
that's a
whole
good
list.
tie into the next topic that I wanted to bring up was uh, the returning stats. And if you look up on your screen, we've got Turpin leading the league right now with the punt return average of 19.2.
Hmm.
Um, but look whose name shows up when you look at the kick return yards. Top of the list, Mr. Rasheem Blackshear.
Oh,
I got to
Raheem
give
Black.
this man his flowers right now for this right here.
Oh, Raheem Blackshear. Nice.
Yep. Comes in with a respectable 11.5 return punt return average as well. So I'm gonna have to eat some crow on Blackshear right now, as far as the return man. Currently,
Yeah.
at week 3, beautiful number right there. No one's even coming close to him. 241's the closest,
Ah.
and that's Mr. Jackson of Tennessee. Now, I also want to point out that we had pointed out who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Let me get back to this because
As you're doing that, you got a few
Smith
comments.
Marset.
Smith Marset.
Yeah,
Let's see. You got a few quick comments. David Screws says trying to get creative tonight. Says night guys keep pounding. Let's dominate. Dave, keep throwing over people's heads. Love
yeah.
this. All right,
Mm-hmm.
rest well, David Screws. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah says Luke is probably my favorite Panther player ever. Good pick.
I'll agree with that. Top 3. Sam Mills is up there. Um, of course, Steve Smith.
Oh
Luke
yeah,
Kuechly is the embodiment of what the Panthers are, as, as far as what Carolina Panthers player should be.
yeah. Isaiah also says Eli. Yes, he is Brady's kryptonite. Yes,
Yes.
he
Yes.
is.
And I also want to point out who was the GM during every time that the Patriots got beat.
Wasn't it Gettleman?
That's correct. He has a either a 5-1 record or a 6-1 record against the New England Patriots as a GM during the height of their power.
And DeReal Sunchild says, keep pounding. What's good, DeReal
Shout
Sunchild?
out to Real Sunshine. Welcome on in, man. Appreciate you. This
And
dude is consistently up in here, man. I appreciate it.
and you should be caught up now.
Cool, cool, cool. So getting back to ISM. Now, we want I wanted ISM as our punt returner. He hasn't been given the opportunities, either kick returns or punt returns, really. He has like
Mm-hmm.
two punt returns for 19 yards so far this year. But I guarantee you, if he was put in a position where he had more opportunities, you know, he's ninth in punt return average currently. But if he had gotten the opportunities Blackshear would get, he might have eclipsed Blackshear's numbers. You know,
Ah, I see.
but my whole thing is, if you look at Blackshear's numbers here with the 310 in kick returns,
Uh-huh.
and you go and you look at ISM's history. Now, this is what's interesting because, um, wait, game logs, is that what it was in? No, it wasn't. Man, I kept thinking I saw he had like 300 some punt return yards or something like that. And that's what got my attention. I was like, what if we kept ISM and punt return and kickoff returns and kept Blackshear and punt returns? We'd have 300
Ah.
yards, up to this point of both. And that's dangerous when you combine them both. And I was thinking that that was a thing with ISM, but apparently not. I don't know. Let me see if is that just Blackshear? Let me see if that is Blackshear. So 356 all-purpose yards. Um, let me see. I think I googled it, didn't I? Yeah. Let's see. Smith Marsette's stats.
Also, Ernest Capu says 36-21 Panthers final this Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Punt return numbers 341 for his whole career.
Oh.
If you look here, 322 yards of punt returns in 2023 last year. This is the point I was trying to make. This is why I wanted ISM to stay here. Because and he also had a punt return touchdown, which is something that uh, Blackshear does not have. He does not have a touchdown yet.
Right.
So, put that 322 yards of punt returns with a touchdown with Blackshear, who we just looked at, who has 310 yards through week 3. Just through week 3 on kick return yards.
Uh-huh.
Pair those two together, that's a deadly duo in special teams. If you manage to keep them both.
Fair point. Fair point.
I noticed that last night when I was talking to Chad on the group chat conversation.
Very
It got my
interesting.
attention. Um, so the other thing I wanted to look at was kind of breaking down this Washington and Cincinnati game and some of the other scores that we saw around the league. Because
Yeah,
now we can open up the door to that conversation of what can we do with the rest of the year.
yeah. And also we can do the other game score predictions as well.
Correct.
um, I mean, looking at what we have, since basing off what we've been able to do, Andy Dalton at the helm, getting that
Mm-hmm.
victory against the Raiders. I mean, you look at these next three games. I mean, Bengals, Bears, Falcons. I mean, honestly, Bengals, Bears, Falcons, Commanders, Broncos. I mean, we could get we could get some wins in that group.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Um, if we continue to play like we're playing right now, that's
Yeah,
the key. We have to continue playing like we are right now.
right.
Um,
And
I I
because
see a win over the Bengals, the Bears, the Falcons at home,
uh-huh,
possibly.
uh-huh.
Washington is a trap game at this point because of that defense.
Yeah. Um
Uh, win over the Broncos.
yeah, we should have Denver.
The
I'm
Saints game is going to be a loss at home, and
so
then we recover with a win over the Giants in Germany to finish out
yes.
Week 10.
I definitely think we beat the Giants. Um
That's where we look, up to Week 10, and then the league flip flops from there. Once we hit the bye,
yeah, and it's going to get really serious cuz we got
we'll see where we are after that point because I don't want to make any quick predictions yet. We just
that's
had that one game.
yeah.
We've got to follow it up with a win over Cincinnati. Then we can really begin to take this conversation really seriously.
Yeah, and expand on it as well.
Yeah, at this point, we've cracked the door, but we haven't opened it. You know what I mean? For that conversation.
Yeah. So we just got to see how this team can follow up and really add on uh to this one victory. But we're going to get our chance this Sunday for sure. Definitely going to get our chance. Should be
Yeah.
should be good.
And like I said, Cincinnati got those 13 points in garbage time. Washington clearly had the advantage. It was 38 to 20 at that point. It was like you already knew who was winning. Come on, at that point, and the total yards clearly output eclipsed Washington's 436 to 356. First downs they had more, you know, but Washington pulled it off.
Yeah,
And when you look at the numbers, Joe Burrow was not the reason for the Cincinnati Bengals loss. He
right.
had 29 for 38, 324 yards, and three touchdowns, and it still wasn't enough.
Right.
You know, you look at Brown, he had 7 carries, 62 yards. Not enough. Jamar Chase, 6 catches, 110 yards, and two touchdowns. It wasn't enough. You know, that's that's how dangerous Washington's offense is. I
Oh
think
yeah.
this is a good representation of it. And we didn't get a real good look at it up until this point because Washington has really only played the Buccaneers, who are a flip flop team, really. We don't know who they are from week to week. The Giants have been, so that's a win. Come on.
Yeah. Oh,
And you get a serious test with the Bengals.
Ernest Capu is adding 2 points. So he's changed it to 38-21 Panthers instead of 36-21.
Okay, okay, okay.
He's adding 2 points.
Hmm, okay. But you don't get a serious test of Washington's offense until the Bengals. You know, a mediocre defense, but or above, slightly above a mediocre defense with the Bengals defense. I do believe that they are better than the Raiders defense at this point, but not by much.
Right, right.
You know, so at this point, yeah, they do have a pass rusher or two that we do need to be aware of. But at the end of the day, I think you got Luke McCaffrey, the rookie, making an impact. You got Zach Ertz, you know, and Cincinnati's defense can't battle that. They've got Terry McLaurin. You know, these guys are really, really good at
Yeah.
what they do. Zach Ertz has been in the league for a long, long time. I consider him to be one of the top three tight ends out there. Uh, he's lost a few steps, but he's still as good as he used to be.
Yeah. Yeah, he can still definitely contribute for sure.
The interesting thing is that I noticed they blitzed Frankie Luvu in that game,
Oh, uh-oh.
and I, that's not the correct use of Frankie Luvu. Everybody knows this. When we had him, we never blitzed with him. It was very rare. So I wanted to point that out. And that was brought up during Unk's stream.
Ah,
Shout
I
out to
see.
Unk and his crew for pointing that out. Then you had Jeremy Chin, who barely did anything in that game either.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so you gotta wonder, like, is there some hidden talent here, or are they just being coached incorrectly? You got Mr. Mathis here, the second string left defensive tackle. He's been in the league for quite a while, and you gotta wonder what's going on there because this defense has a lot more talent on paper, but when you put them in game time situations in the fourth quarter, garbage time.
Yeah.
Couldn't handle it against that Cincinnati offense. So, but they were blitzing Frankie Luvu early. See, that's the thing. Frankie wanted to play for this defense. He wanted to play for this coach.
Right, right.
And Bobby Wagner saw an opportunity. He says, "Ooh, I want to play with him."
Yeah. I
And
mean,
it went from there. You know, Jeremy Chin followed up, and you just had the entire setup be created from that point on.
there you go.
And keep in mind, third string, Effie Abada, that's my dude, man. That's my dude. We put him out on stream. That's how he got his name. You know, nobody else paid any attention to him until they put him in that Pittsburgh preseason game in those final 2 minutes. And that's how he started to get his name out there. The Bills got him, and now Washington has him. So let's see what he does.
Indeed, indeed. Um, with that being said, shall we segue into score predictions for the rest of the league?
Yeah, I want to point out a couple of scores that I saw last week too.
Oh,
Before we do that,
yeah, yeah, yeah. We can do that.
yeah. The first one I noticed that was very, very prominent was Pittsburgh over the Chargers. And if you
Ah,
look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, there's no reason why this team should be 3-0 right now. It makes no sense.
Justin Fields is off to a 3-0 start, surprisingly.
But he hasn't put up any offense. 18 points against the Falcons, 13 against the Broncos, and then 20 against the Chargers. That's not impressive. I'm sorry, you're not catching my attention with that. You want to catch my attention? Do that against the Cowboys defense when they have their defense set up.
Yeah, his numbers, 518
You,
yards between 3 games, 2 touchdowns, and a pick.
you want to catch my attention? Do that against the Ravens defense. Do that against the Bengals defense. Do that against the Browns, the Eagles. You know, I'm not expecting much against the Chiefs, of course, but do that against those teams, and you'll catch my attention.
Hmm.
Maybe the Raiders would be an appropriate test, but you're not
Yeah,
impressing me right now. Sorry, I don't buy the Pittsburgh Steelers as a legitimate threat in the AFC North. I'm sorry, you're not impressing me right now. So that's starting out. There were a lot of really weird scores. I'll come back to the Philadelphia game in a minute. But if you look at the Jets beating out the Patriots, when is the last time you saw that score?
yeah, that one. Yeah,
That's a bad look for New England, who
it
used to have a
is.
dynasty and used to have a chokehold on the Jets for many, many years during that time period. And now
Yeah,
the Jets are getting revenge.
and Jacoby Brissett didn't really do jack.
No, he didn't. And Rodgers just had his fun with that Patriot defense. So anybody that thought that Patriots defense was uh, all fun in the sun before that, yeah, about that. You
Yeah,
face Rodgers, you're in trouble. Uh, Minnesota over Houston. I mean, that was a given. You got Denver over Tampa Bay. That's a surprise. Only because Tampa's been so streaky. You don't know what to expect from Tampa anymore in the last 5 years. It's been back and forth. Ever since they won that Super Bowl and they lost Tom Brady, it's been streaky.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
they're
that's
right back to their old ways.
that's definitely a fair point.
Uh, Green Bay should be beating Tennessee. That's normal. Giants beating the Cleveland Browns. That's probably normal as well. The Colts beating the Bears. I mean, Chicago, Chicago. Can we talk for a second?
Uh-oh.
You guys just got your butts handed to you by AR. By AR.
Who threw 2 interceptions, by the way.
Bears. Come on now. Come on now. Be honest. The problem is not Caleb Williams. We know this. Okay. The problem is not Caleb. He went 33 for 52, 363 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Not the problem. Your running back is not the problem. 8 carries for 30 yards. Your receiver, O'Dunes, is not the problem. 6 carries for 112 yards. Your team is just trash. Okay? It's trash.
Ugh.
Let's be honest. You still managed to get 26 first downs, and it was not enough.
And the thing is, Anthony Richardson, he played horrible.
And AR got exposed. I told y'all who AR is. He's one dimensional. And the numbers reflect this game after game after game.
Yeah, he got
You look at AR's entire body of work, we're looking at a QB rating of,
QBR 17.8.
yeah, exactly.
The only thing that did anything was
It,
the
it's
run game,
it's embarrassing.
which having Jonathan Taylor as your running back helps.
This dude has not crossed 250 yards yet this year. Not yet. He has 3 touchdowns, and he has a total of 6 picks thus far. AR is not it. I've been trying to warn y'all about AR ever since the combine, before the man even got drafted. The scouting report said it. The news anchors said it. The combine people said it. They showed it on TV for you
well,
on
they
NFL
well
Network.
they said he was a prospect. He was a prospect project quarterback.
All the dude does is throw deep balls. That's all he does. He can't throw short or medium passes. And the league has figured that out. I told you. And it's showing. Like if you look at his throw chart, all of them are deep ball attempts, or the majority of them are, and the short passes are the ones that he misses. It confirms exactly what we saw during that combine. I kept trying to tell y'all, AR is your problem, Indianapolis. You're drafting the wrong quarterbacks. So, further proof. You can't beat the Bears. Oh, you barely beat the Bears. Oh, that's supposed to impress people? Come on. Everybody's beat the Bears lately.
Yeah.
All right, so Seattle beats Miami. So this is yet again another case of Miami choking against a major playoff opponent. And it's a pattern. I'm concerned about y'all, Miami. I'm concerned about y'all. If y'all don't break that stigma, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
And
Miami
then
in
you got
trouble.
Tua with the concussions too.
Yep.
Even with Tua, could they possibly overcome 24 points? I don't know. It's debatable.
Yeah. Debatable.
And I pointed out Dallas's defense being suspect. If you look at Dallas's defense, what we're looking at is a 1-2 team here. They played the Browns, the Saints, and the Ravens. Look how many points they've given up in those games. This is a concern if you're Dallas. They, at first, yeah, 17 points. They looked like they normally do. And then here's where the problem started. Week 2 against the Saints. And this is why I keep saying the Saints are legitimate. They gave up 44 points against a superpowered Saints offense right now, who is on fire.
Yep.
And then the Ravens, they gave up 28 points. This is a suspect Dallas defense. Now, this is something we need to monitor because they're playing the Giants, the Steelers, Lions, 49ers, Falcons, Eagles, Texans, Commanders, Giants again, and Bengals before they play us.
Uh-huh.
So that's a lot of time to fix that defense. So, I mean, keep a close eye on that defense. And there are certain games in here that we could test that defense to see if it's fixed or not. The Lions is one of them. The Eagles is another good way to test it. Washington with Jaden Daniels. Uh, Joe Burrow is another one that will test them.
Right, right.
And maybe, just maybe, you could argue CJ Stroud gets his act together by that point
Ah, I
and
see.
test them too. Maybe he's been having a bad year, but call it a second year slump. But maybe. but I don't think that's his fault though. He lost two offensive linemen and a defensive piece or two in the offseason. So
Ah, I see.
I'm not ready to blame that totally on Stroud yet. You know,
Right,
but
right,
yeah, that could lead to a sophomore slump for sure. And I think people are overrating the Baltimore Ravens just a little bit here, man, because if you consider they played the Chiefs, they played the Raiders, and they played the Cowboys. Okay, these are
right.
three strong teams, but you know they've still taken two losses, and one of those is to a mediocre Raiders team before the Raiders played us.
Ah,
So keep that in mind. Lamar Jackson is not the problem in Baltimore, and I'm going to show you why. Lamar Jackson still threw for 21 for 34 yards, 247 yards, a touchdown, and a pick in that game against the Raiders. He is not the problem. All right. So against the Cowboys, he threw 12. He only threw 15 passes in that game, interestingly enough. 182
oh,
yards and a touchdown. So what did they do? They relied on Derrick Henry, 25 carries, 151 yards, two touchdowns. So one way or another, that run game is going to become a factor for
yeah,
Baltimore's offense. Whether
absolutely.
it be Derrick Henry, whether it be Lamar Jackson, or whether it be their second string running back. So that's what that teaches you right there. They relied on Derrick Henry for that game in particular because they noticed that Dallas's defense has a a weakness to the run. So that's going to be a strength for us going forward if that defense isn't fixed. So again, stressing Dallas's defense.
Hmm. Definitely got to note that. For
Yeah.
sure, for sure.
Um, and going forward, you've got, let's see, the Rams beating San Francisco was a surprise. I did not expect that.
Yeah, that was a surprise indeed.
That was kind of the sprinkles on the cupcake this weekend of crazy weird upsets. Um, you got Buffalo over Jacksonville, not a surprise there. Washington, we already covered. Okay, KC's defense always starts out slow, and then it starts to become a playoff caliber defense as it goes along. This is
Ah,
a
yeah.
formula. This is a formula every year. You've noticed it,
Hmm.
I'm sure. And well, some people haven't. That's why I'm pointing it out to you. But their offense is the reason that they're 3-0 and getting all these wins early. Is strong enough to overcome that.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Um, and also in the Chiefs news, Robert, you got Mr. Hunt coming back.
Oh yeah, Kareem Hunt. Yep.
Kareem Hunt. I don't know why I wanted to call him Robert. No, it's Kareem. I'm bad with names today, guys. I'm sorry. But Kareem Hunt has been activated on the 53-man roster for
Oh
the
snap.
Chiefs. Yeah. He got signed back to their practice squad, and now he's on their 53. I'm just saying. And we all know what happened to this dude to where the Chiefs cut him in the first place.
Yep.
You know, he got in trouble, and I mean, he ended up with the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns didn't want him, came back to the Chiefs, and now here he is on the 53 again.
Yep.
Keep in mind when we're talking about KC, Juju and Hardman got cut, and now they're both back on that roster,
Yep, sure did. Sure did.
back together. And I wanted Hardman so bad. I wanted him so bad. He would have been
I
such a
remember.
huge piece on this offense.
I definitely remember you were clamoring for him.
Oh man, I was chomping at the bit, dude. I knew what Hardman was capable of, and you put that to work with this offensive wide receiver core. Oh my goodness, the damage we could do if we have Andy Dalton starting with him.
There you go.
My goodness.
Pretty dangerous.
And yet this dude is still sitting at what, second, third string?
Is he
He's
really?
not starting anymore.
Dang.
Yeah, Juju second string.
Oh
Hardman
wow.
is third. Yeah, he's right there, second string.
Dang.
What is going on with this?
Yeah, I have not a clue.
And by the way, when you look at the tight ends, Jared Wiley, the guy from TCU, this is the guy I was highly valuing during a draft process.
Hmm.
And he went to the Chiefs. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes me upset.
but hey, with them being a dynasty, they scoop up
They
talent.
got Xavier Worthy, who was another wide receiver that I was looking at, while scouting XL. I figured we were going for XL, but I did scout these other guys just in case. And I want to point out, Adonai Mitchell has done nothing in Indianapolis. Absolutely nothing. I warned y'all to stay away from this dude. All he is a deep threat, and he works perfectly with AR. That's a perfect set, because that's what they do. But he hasn't done anything, and you have to wonder why. It's because the league has exposed AR. That's why.
Yep, you definitely touched on that for sure.
I told you stay away from it from Adonai Mitchell. I did not like that scouting report at all. I knew exactly what this dude was. And sure enough, I figured he would end up there. Oh,
Dodge.
and notice that Juju Smith Schuster is also now a second stringer.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that too. All these guys, Ethan Drexel, all these guys are second stringers or third stringers now. Clyde Edwards Hilaire, fourth stringer. So it that now puts all that pressure on Carson Steele, Rasheed Rice, and the rookie Xavier Worthy.
Yep. That it does.
And here's another guy I was high on was Wanya Morris, the left tackle.
Yes, I remember you mentioned them.
I wanted us to go for Wanya Morris. Oh my goodness, man. It was Wanya Morris and one other guy, a tackle that I was looking at the time. And I was like, why are we not drafting a tackle? And his name kept popping up. And I was just like, are you serious? The Chiefs got another one. You know what I mean? Like, that
They just too
frustrates
good.
me, man.
They just too good. They too good. They too
And
good.
Carson Wentz ended up in the perfect place because Carson Wentz is basically made of glass, and he needs Fort Knox offensive line to protect him. Guess what he has in KC? Exactly that. Perfect landing spot for Carson Wentz.
Yep.
Exactly where you don't want him to go if you're the rest of the league.
And that's not a bad situation. Mahomes go
Yeah.
down, in comes Carson Wentz. That's not too bad.
Not to mention you have Justin Reed on that defense, but I'm not even going to get into that Chiefs defense right now. The point is that offense was strong enough to overcome any weaknesses the Chiefs defense had early. in the season every year. It's just disgusting, and you can go back and forth about, is the Chiefs defense for real? Is the Chiefs defense for real in the first 6 weeks? But once they hit midseason and they hit midseason stride, those conversations go away very quickly every year. Because guess where the Chiefs are? Number one in the pecking order in the AFC every year.
Uh-huh.
So if you're a 49ers fan, you're wondering what the heck is going on right now. How did the Rams just beat us? We have Brock Purdy. We have all these weapons. How did the Rams beat us? So there's a lot of questions there. All right. And now for the main event. Philly at New Orleans. Now this is the one I want to focus on because these two defenses are for real. And it's evident when you look at the first 3 quarters. Look at those goose eggs. That's a serious Titanic battle right there between two very, very good NFC teams. And at the end of the day, look at these stats from Philadelphia. Philadelphia is better. It shows it 460 offensive yards. That is terrifying to a defense like ours. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
And we have to play that later. I want to warn you. Yes, they are susceptible to turnovers. They had 2, but still 20 first downs. And that shows you that in the 32 minutes that they had that ball, they dominated the field position. Dominated. And yet it still wasn't enough to get points on the board. Because that's how strong the Saints defense was. And we got a taste of it in week 1. Just a small taste of it. The Eagles got the full plate. And that's what happens when they both play to their full potential right there. That's something to keep an eye on. And that game taught me a lot. I watched a little bit of that, and I saw both offenses in action, both defenses in action. And I was just absolutely impressed. This is not garbage time football here. Philadelphia got that last touchdown.
Yeah, that they did.
Look at Hurts' numbers. 29 for 38, 311 yards. Both quarterbacks had a pick. That's not a fluke, ladies and gentlemen. That 311 yards is not a fluke. That's something to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm. Let them
Goddard,
know.
10 catches, 170 yards. Yikes. And I mean, Goddard is at this point, Goddard should not be getting those types of numbers. It surprised me. You go back and look at him. But yet, here's the touchdown numbers. 22 touchdowns from this guy. He's been targeted 444 times, caught the ball 324 yards, and has a total of 3,828 yards for his career. But look at the average. That's the one I want you to pay attention to. 11.8. Double digits every single year.
Yikes.
Consistently. This dude is terrifying. And I'm concerned about him. I'm legit concerned about him. Oh, and did I mention he can return kickoffs too? 16 yards.
Dang, that's
I
not
forgot to
bad.
mention that. But yeah, this dude is very dangerous, and we should be aware of him. 17 catches, 239 yards, 14.1 average. And look at this, tied for eighth in the league right now in yardage for all the wide receivers in the league.
Yeah, it's scary. It's definitely scary.
Here's the interesting thing: South Dakota State. You wouldn't think anybody like this would come out of South Dakota State, of all places, but you just never know.
You never
Round
know.
two, pick 49. Go figure, right? All right, so week four predictions. Let's go.
Week
Let's get it
4
started.
predictions. Okay. All right. Starting off, Thursday nighter. Cowboys at Giants.
This is where the Giants have to make a statement. If they want to be taken seriously, this is where they have to make a statement against that Cowboys defense. They won't be able to do it, but they'll still put up decent numbers against that Cowboys defense and make it interesting for a little bit. But at the end of the day, Dak Prescott is Dak Prescott in the regular season,
Yeah.
and I got to go Cowboys.
I'm actually going Cowboys as well. I just don't think the Giants are going to do quite enough to get that win.
I'm interested in how many numbers that the Giants offense racks up, though. I'm keeping track of that.
Yeah. So that's the Thursday nighter. And then we get into the Sunday games. Eagles at Buccaneers.
Eagles. The Eagles just showed last week against the Saints this is a legitimate team to be legitimately worried about. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are streaky, but somehow they've got a 2-1 record.
I'm going to say Bucks mainly because they're at home for this one. I think they're going to edge it out. So I'm actually going to say Bucks. And I hate to say that because I want them to lose, but something tells me they're going to upset the Eagles.
The interesting thing is, yeah, they did beat the Washington Commanders. Yeah, they did beat the Lions, who are struggling with golf.
Right.
But they took that massive L against the Broncos last week.
Which is true. That is true.
Not a good look. So if the Buccaneers want to be taken seriously, they need to beat the Falcons the week after.
Yeah.
I don't think they take this Eagles game. I'm sorry, I don't think so.
Alrighty. And of course, we know we both went with Panthers over the Bengals.
Yeah,
Saints at Falcons.
Saints, same thing. Serious team right here. But here's the crazy thing: when these two have met, it's been a very interesting series between these two.
Hmm.
Let me actually Google what that. It's the Saints. History. That's the one. 55 to 54, led by the Saints. When you look at the series history,
Ah, interesting.
with New Orleans holding a 25 to 11 advantage over the Falcons since 2006. Since 1991, 36 games have been decided by 8 points or less. 8 points or less.
So it tends to get close.
This is a nasty division game right here. Both of these teams bring their best. And this is back in the day when you had Drew Brees, you had Matt Ryan, you had all that weapon going at each other offensively. And that's why it was 8 points or less, because it was decided by defensive play.
There you
But
go.
now it's more so in the control of New Orleans because they've got all the weaponry and Atlanta has not reloaded.
Yeah, that's true.
And again, after witnessing what I did with that Eagles game, the Saints are going to be pissed off that they didn't win that game against the Eagles, even
Right.
though they know they had enough firepower to do it. They're going to take it out on Atlanta.
Yeah,
This could be bad
I'm going
if
with
you're a Falcons fan.
Saints win as well.
Yeah, could be ugly.
Yep. Um, Rams at Bears.
Oh man, the Rams are fresh off that win over the 49ers.
Yeah, they got some momentum and
I kind of want to. Now you're making me want to look at that one again because that's a surprising win for the Rams.
yeah,
They've been struggling up till now. Brock Brock Purdy was not the problem in that game. Clearly, with 22 for 30, 292 yards and 3 touchdowns.
right.
So you look over at Jennings. Jennings was not the problem. 11 catches, 175 yards, 3 touchdowns. Mason got 19 carries, 77 yards. So it's not the 49ers offense. So that leaves the defense. The defense had to have been the problem for the Niners. And remember, they just lost Steve Wilks as the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, that is true.
So there goes your best chance of having a Super Bowl quality defensive coordinator in San Francisco. So naturally, they're going to take a hit. People are going to leave because Steve Wilks is not there anymore. And that's exactly what happened in the offseason. So, with Matthew Stafford still being Matthew Stafford, he might have been part of the problem that they struggled early on.
Ah, I see, I see.
But they got the 13 points in garbage time because they thought the 49ers were in full control.
Yeah,
So that's what that scoreboard tells me right there. And they won it on a comeback.
that they did.
That's why you want to be careful with garbage time. Right there. Case in point. Um, man, my gut is telling me, don't invest too heavily into Matthew Stafford this year. He's got 2 touchdowns and a pick. His
Yes.
accuracy is not the problem.
Right, right.
He's got 16 for 25 against San Francisco, 19 for 27 against Arizona. These are two mediocre defenses now that he hasn't gotten past 250 yards on. Oh, man. I don't know.
I- I'm gonna
And
go.
a loss to the Lions in overtime week one.
Um. Oh. By the way, Mr. Gemini said I noticed something. Andy is 36, and they put up 36 points.
Weird.
Although he does turn 20, or he does turn 37 next month. But yeah, good call out. Good call. Um.
Man, I don't know on this one. It could go either way, to
I'm.
be real with you.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'll go Rams.
The Niners need to make a statement. And I think this is where okay. Yeah, it's the Rams and Bears, right?
Yeah, Rams and Bears.
Here's my thing with the Bears. You just lost the AR.
Yeah.
How do you lose the AR? Good lord, man. Yeah, I got the Rams in this one.
Yeah.
This is Matthew Stafford's comeback game right here.
Now, this next one is about to be very interesting. Uh, you got the Vikings at Packers. Packers right now are 2-0 since Malik Willis has started.
Here, um, you said which one?
Vikings at Packers.
Vikings at Packers. Yeah. In their history, this has been a very interesting game. Uh, very interesting matchup.
Yeah. Oh
For the
shoot.
most part, when you had Brett Favre, you had Aaron Rodgers. It was typically in favor of Green Bay,
Yeah.
but now you don't have that anymore.
Nope.
And when you look at the Vikings now, they've got Sam Darnold, who's playing excellent. They've
Yep.
got Justin Jefferson. They've got um, let's see. Who was I trying to think of?
Oh yeah, Jeff R.
Jordan Addison.
Oh yeah, Jordan Addison.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Jeff R says, not only that, we also won by 14 points, and Andy Dalton's number is number 14.
Huh.
Oh, might be onto something there.
Weird.
Um, but yeah, I know Malik Willis has won two games, 2-0 since starting, but honestly, I think the Vikings are going to be a little much, so I'm going
Yeah,
Viking. I'm going Vikings.
I agree with that. And if you look on their defense, they've got Stephon Gilmore. They've also got Cameron Bynum.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, sure do.
So I just wanted to point those two names out.
Okay. So you're going Vikings as well?
Yes,
Okay.
they're 3-0 for a reason.
Yeah. And speaking of 3-0, next
They
up,
beat the Giants, 49ers, and Texans
yeah, which is really good.
by a handy margin. They're for real.
But speaking of 3-0, Steelers at Colts.
Man, I don't like this matchup.
Oh, this a easy one for me, Steelers.
I don't like this matchup because I don't want the Steelers going 4-0 off this fluke garbage here. Come on, man. They don't deserve to be 4-0 after this. I'm picking the Steelers, but they don't deserve it.
Mm. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh,
They've
that's
worked their way into 4-0. Come
uh,
on.
that's funny. Um, oh, here's an interesting one. Broncos at Jets.
Ah, this is an interesting one, actually. Um, Denver just got that interesting win against the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
But before that, they lost to the Steelers and they lost to the Seahawks. They're not that good, Matt. And Singleton just went out with an ACL tear, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I am just not a believer in Bo Nix just yet. I,
Yeah,
I'm
me neither.
I'm gonna have to go with Jets.
Yeah, and the Jets just came off a big win.
Yeah, and they're
So
2-1 right now.
over the Patriots, and they beat the Titans. They also lost to the 49ers, though, early.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not a believer in the Jets record either at the moment because the Titans are beatable. So are the Patriots right now. So that's not impressive,
Uh huh.
but it's a lot more believable than Pittsburgh. I'll say that.
Oh, there you
So
go.
I'll buy into the Jets for this one. But when they start facing people like the Vikings and the Bills, no, that's where their luck starts to run out.
Hmm. Fair point. Okay. Next one. Oof. Jaguars at Texans.
Texans.
Yeah.
This is a much needed Texans win because of the fact that they are struggling right now. Their record doesn't show it, but they barely beat the Colts. They are.
Yeah.
They barely beat the Bears, and then they took that massive L to the Vikings.
Yeah. And
That was their game to make a statement, and they didn't do it.
and right now the Jaguars are very vulnerable. So,
Right. Exactly. That's a win right there, and then they lose to the Bills the next week.
ah, we'll have
So
to keep that in
Houston
mind.
is one of those teams that's it's just not convincing wins. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I
I'm
feel
not
you.
sold on them yet.
Okay.
I'm sold on Stroud, but I'm not sold on the team.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Oh, now it's going to get even more interesting.
Mhm.
Commanders at Cardinals.
Washington actually had full control of that game over Cincinnati. Remember, I said that Cincinnati got 13 points in garbage time.
Right?
So, if you really take that into consideration, and the Cardinals just took a big L to the Lions right there,
True.
a struggling Lions team. So, they beat the Rams. That's an accurate idea of how strong the Cardinals can be if they get their act together.
Mhm.
And 34-28 is respectable against the Bills. I'll buy into the Cardinals at this point, but
Oh.
I do buy into the Cardinals. However, that's not going to be enough against Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is killing it. Oh, plus Eckler is out with a concussion.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. That is true.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. They do have a pretty nasty running attack anyway, though.
Yeah. I'm going to have
Even without him,
I'm going to have to go with the Commanders as well.
yeah,
Um Next up, we're getting into the 4 o'clock games. That was the first 4 o'clock game.
right,
Second one, Patriots at 49ers.
man.
I'm going to say Niners. I don't think the Patriots are quite there yet.
And this has to be a recovery game for the Niners.
Yeah.
Um, they have to make a statement that they are not the doormat of the league this year, and I think it's something that is worth looking at a little further. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I don't see it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, do you
Oh,
think?
there it is. There it is. Uh, so San Fran took a close loss to the Vikings, and then they took that big loss to the Rams. And you're going, what the heck is going on if you're a 49ers fan right now? You know, what's the cause of this? You know,
Right.
you got to start asking a bunch of questions. So I think that the Niners need this game to win this game right here and solidify themselves. but it still won't be enough to get everyone's attention and say, oh, hey, the 49ers are officially back. Until you play a
Mm,
tough game against uh, a team as strong as the Vikings again, you know,
yeah,
such
yeah,
as maybe the Seahawks, that might make a statement that you're back, you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
against
Because they're still
a
undefeated.
division opponent.
Yep.
Because the Cardinals won't be a strong enough message.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Neither will New England. So you got to get that win. If you lose to New England, yikes.
Yeah.
If you're
That,
San Fran,
that's
that's when it's time to start questioning where the problems are.
right.
You got to start asking some deep questions.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
I got the 49ers.
Same, same. Um, oh man, this gets even more interesting. Browns at Raiders.
I've got the Raiders. After that loss to us, the Raiders are probably pretty pissed off.
Yeah,
And they're looking for a bounce back game and to surprise somebody. And Cleveland right now is that team
yeah,
because they're kind of streaky. They got their butts kicked by the Cowboys. They beat the Jaguars by not that much,
right.
and then they lost to the Giants. So this is a struggling Browns team that really needs a lot of help. Watson
Yeah,
looks like trash.
yep,
You know,
sure does.
the
Sure
wide receivers
does.
look like Dookie water.
Yep,
So I mean, in your words,
yeah, oh yeah,
you know.
I'm with you.
So you got to really question what's going on in Cleveland right now if you're a Browns fan. Um, I gotta I absolutely have to go Raiders on this one. Raiders have more firepower.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to go at Raiders as well. Just with how Deshaun Watson's been doing and just that
They
team.
beat the Ravens, by the way.
They did. Um, but
So
yeah,
that is kind of a testament a little bit to their talent,
yeah,
you know. And we saw a tiny hint of that talent against us, but it was not enough.
right.
Nowhere near enough. Since we were playing way over our heads,
Yeah, that makes sense.
but playing to our talent level.
Okay. Next up, Chiefs at Chargers.
This game is going to be a little closer than people think it is because of that Chiefs defense.
I'm actually going to pick this as my upset game. I'm going Chargers.
Ooh, interesting.
I believe they give the Chiefs their first loss of the season.
Hmm. I'm gonna see this game comes down to within 10 points because of that KC defense. Like I said early on, they're struggling, and then they
Hmm.
slowly start to get better and better and better each game.
Hmm.
So, but like I said, that offense is carrying them early.
Yes, I
That's
agree.
why they're 3-0. You look at that points for 75 points. There's a reason,
True, true.
and that's far above what the Chargers have been able to get with 58. But
So,
here's the interesting part: when you look at the Chargers, they played the Raiders, our Panthers, and a struggling Steelers team.
right.
Not that impressive. These the Raiders are a stagnant team. We've been a stagnant team. Well, we were trash at the time, so not that impressive. And then you take that L to the Steelers. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's something to be said. You're looking at a 55.2 quarterback rating for Herbert.
Yeah.
He's not doing that well this year.
So far, that is correct, but I'm,
It's
I,
not the accuracy, it's the wide receivers. You lost all your wide receivers in LA.
yeah, but
And that's why you're looking at those numbers that still have yet to cross 200.
I'm taking a gamble, but yeah, I'm gonna say Chargers with the upset, just out of nowhere.
And I see these 4 sacks as well. That's another thing I'm looking at. I got Chiefs.
You got Chiefs, yeah,
Yeah.
understandable.
Chiefs at the end of the day will win that game because their offense.
Okay, and then the Sunday night game, Bills at Ravens.
This is where all that hype, overhyping of the Ravens is going to come back to bite people, and it's going to come back to home to roost. For everybody that's a Ravens supporter here, that's even a closet Ravens supporter.
Mm,
You know,
interesting.
you know, I can't buy into this Ravens team yet. Yes, they have a ton of talent. Yeah, Lamar Jackson is amazing, but why are they 1-2? Let's take a look. They lost to the Chiefs 27-10. They lost to a stagnant Raiders team 26-23. They did beat the Cowboys 28-25 only because of the fact that the Cowboys defense is weak.
Yeah, that much is true.
Look at that defense. That's a problem for Baltimore. That's a consistent pattern. So, all these people that are humongous Ravens closet people, pay attention. That defense is going to cost you big time because when you look at Josh Allen and what he's been able to do, Josh Allen will shred that defense. I'm I'm concerned for that Baltimore defense right now.
Mm, fair breakdown.
Yeah,
I'm actually gonna go Bills as well.
I'm going Bills. Yeah, 4-0. That's a legitimate Bills team.
And then
Uh,
we have a doubleheader for Monday night. Once again, this is starting to become a habit. First up, Titans at Dolphins.
Titans at Dolphins. Okay. Um, this game just got a lot more interesting because Tua is dealing with concussions and they're trying to figure out what to do with him.
Yeah,
Um, I mean, Cam Newton was asked about that concussion. He pretty much told him you should probably retire
yeah,
because Cam Newton never got that to that point in concussions. Neither did Luke Kuechly. You know, so it's like okay, you reach 4 concussions, you got to start thinking, what is your quality of life once you get out of the NFL?
exactly. Yeah, you
It's terrifying,
gotta
and
put your
this
help.
highlights the health of these players once they get retired and out of the NFL. Some of these people end up in wheelchairs. Some of them can't walk. Some of them have, you know, see, career-ending surgeries,
Yeah,
and it's just terrifying. So you better have a humongous life insurance policy and health insurance policy
would be
coming
needed.
out of the NFL.
Um,
I gotta go. Um, this is tough.
I'm gonna
The
say
Dolph.
I'm gonna say the Titans get their first win of the year.
Who is back though? That's what I'm interested in.
They Dolphins recently brought on Tyler Huntley,
Oh, hmm.
and they also have Skylar Thompson, which
They're probably going to give Skyler the start if he's healthy.
I think
Hmm.
Tyler has the experience factor. So I don't know.
Here's the interesting thing. Skyler did go 13 for 19 against Seattle's defense.
Oh, okay.
107 yards, 68.4 completion percentage.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
But when he played the Bills, 8 for 14, 80 yards. The yardage is consistent. The completions are not. Uh, and then there's the 6 sacks.
Hmm.
Ooh. So you got to wonder how many of the sacks are on Skyler here, and how many of them are on the offensive line.
Mm, that's that I'm not so sure.
But look at all these weapons the Dolphins have. I mean, this is nasty. If they can ever find a way to use them,
Yeah, they gotta get the ball to him.
Titans are struggling. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and give the nod to Miami with a grain of salt here because this
Okay.
this is tough, man.
Okay.
The
Fair
turnovers could
enough.
become a factor.
So you're going Dolphins. I'm gonna take a gamble and say Titans get their first win.
Ooh.
And then
Malik
final,
Willis needs a big game though.
yeah, yeah. Um, and then finally, Seahawks at Lions.
Seahawks.
I
I've
think
been watching the Seahawks, and like that 3-0 is not a fluke.
I think the
They beat
Lions.
the
Oh, go ahead.
This 3-0 is not a fluke. They beat the Broncos 26-20.
Hmm.
You know, they beat the Patriots 23-20. They beat the Dolphins team 24-3. You know, so at first you're thinking, okay, they need to work on their defense. They're still giving up 20 points, through the first 2 weeks against teams they should not be giving up 20 points to. And they fixed it against the Dolphins, against Tua. So now you're going up against Goff. And I think Goff is struggling right now. This is an opportunity for them to take advantage of it.
I think the
The
Lions.
offense is still strong. So, yeah.
I think the Lions put up a good fight, but I'm gonna go Seahawks.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's the schedule for this week. Um, should be rather interesting. Um, okay, so let's go ahead and finish up. I'm gonna run to the restroom. If you want to start your final thoughts monologue, go right ahead. I will be right back. So take it away, Corey.
All right. I'm going to kind of catch up on chats here if we have any chats. Ernest Capu says Bills. Okay. Yeah, I can buy that. I can definitely buy that. Shout out to Khalil Wesley in my chat. He says, let's go Panthers. Yes, sir. Let's go Panthers. Um, but yeah, I feel like this is a winnable game. And as I mentioned earlier, to start the stream, we have a bad history of cardiac catting it after big wins like we just had. It's a concern. It's a legitimate concern. And if we want to make a statement to the league, and this Raiders game was not enough of a statement to me, we need to make a bigger statement. We need to say that this is not the same cardiac cap team anymore. We need to show people we are not the doormat of the league anymore. We are better than this. We have more talent than this. We have more weapons than this. We have more brains than this. You know, we're not going to keep making the same stupid mistakes that we've been making, in the past. We cannot come out flat in this game. We cannot come out acting like we're the same old 2-win Carolina Panthers team. When we know we've got more talent than that. We just showed it last week. There's no excuse. No excuse whatsoever why we cannot win this game against the Bengals. None. If we play 4 whole quarters of football
Alrighty.
and we start showing the league our talent, and if that game was not a fluke last week, that sends an immediate statement that puts the league on notice about us. That, yeah, we're not going away. We can do better than we've been doing in the past. We're not just going to sit here and say, "Oh yeah, we're enjoying this win so much. We're world beaters. Yeah, we're Super Bowl champions. Yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl." You saw all those comments. You saw all that nonsense on on the social media pages.
Right.
And this is the egotistical part of this fan base saying, "Oh yeah, we are better than we thought we were. Oh yeah, we got a Super Bowl caliber team." When we see a blowout like this, against the Raiders, slow down, put on the brakes, and recognize that this is not a Super Bowl or a playoff caliber team yet. We beat a mediocre Raiders team. Okay? Slow down, pump the brakes, and understand that you've got to have more than just one win.
Yes.
You've got to
I
have
agree.
more than just 2 wins. You've got to actually match up with a